No, okay, it wasn't live yet. All right.
Nope, we're live now though.
All right.
Party people on a Sunday coming out. We got 9 viewers. We got 4 in the panel. How y'all doing? Okay. Yes, the major question of the night is how are you going to celebrate non-Independence Day? Because we are no longer independent. Okay. As I said in the intro video, we can go down the list if we want to, but the
You did an
ideals
intro
and
video?
I did the ideals and the ideas that people fought and died for on the day that we celebrate, right? Or whatever. The day we use to celebrate our revolution. Well, we've given all those up now.
Yep.
We've given those up a long time ago, though, before I was even born.
In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. The Fourth Amendment wasn't as trampled on as it was. When I was, when I was born, the Fourth Amendment was still around. And now it's just gone. But I'm just saying, how are you going to celebrate? I don't want to make it all bummer, bitching about how, we lost all this shit because it's already gone. But to fake a funk and start waving a flag and saying, oh, America's great, I can't do that shit no more. Right? I can still think of America as a great idea, but I'm now celebrating the downfall of it, which is a sad thing to do.
I'm working. So.
You're working.
Yeah, we're not supposed to be working.
Hey,
That's the only
Independence Day getting paid. What is it, double time for holiday?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
Well,
Get that money.
I know, but you know what I mean. It's no offense, but I understand. I don't spit on the plate. I'm eating, but what I'm saying is, it's the only freaking day you can be Muslim, Chinese, from Mars. You can be, I don't know, whatever you want. You can have 5 legs. You know what I mean? That's the only day everyone should be celebrating. Because if you are in this country, you should be grateful for, you know what I mean, and then you should be home with your family. You know what I mean, and everything. You know what I'm saying? If you gotta buy the freaking charcoal or the fucking barbecue, you can do it the day before. You know what I mean? There's no excuses. You know what I mean?
It should be a national holiday. It should be a national day
Everything
off.
should be shut down, excluding
Right.
for firemen, fire department and policemen, and
I thought it was. 4th of July.
No,
the mail probably. The mail probably.
it'll be a
The
national.
mail is closed. Home Depot is open, but What's
Well, I
up?
mean, there's certain businesses that are going to stay open, and they always do. There's some businesses that stay open on Christmas, too, even though that's like a major holiday, right?
You know what I mean? Like, it's my kind
But
of
Christmas isn't the holiday of the country, right? All the other holidays you mentioned aren't the supposed holiday that celebrates the creation of the country.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, that one is kind of special, but we who have sold the seeds of our own destruction will continue to do that even on our own supposed holiday. Sales matter more than the honoring of the country.
Well, yeah. The good news is, in the other side, they're probably gonna be sales for ammo and everything. So that's the only good news, maybe online.
Well, my take on it, I don't know. There's certain holidays that I don't mind doing that. Like 4th of July, as long as I get off before dusk so I can go see the fireworks, I'm cool. New Year's Day, I don't give a shit about New Year's Day. Just don't make me start when I'm still hungover from New Year's Eve, right? Because ain't nothing special about New Year's Day. It's all about New Year's Eve, in my opinion, right? Christmas, yeah, I don't like any of that. But there are certain ones, that you can.
But see, that's the difference. Those things. Christmas you don't like it because Christmas, right? You say Christmas. Christmas is a religious holiday, right? There's
Whatever.
only two non-religious.
New Year's Day.
There's only two non-religious holidays that have nothing to do with religion and that are national holidays, right? And that is the 4th of July and Thanksgiving.
Memorial Day, Veterans Day.
Yeah, but those have all other connotations. I'm talking about just straight up, pure straight up
Halloween.
Americana. Every other country has those. They don't have 4th of July. They don't have, Thanksgiving. And the 4th of July is supposed to honor the birth of our nation, right? That's the whole point of it. That's the reason why we celebrate, July 4th, 1776, blah, 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 right? Because it's the birth of our nation. And for people to be selling bubble gum and ice cream and all that shit when you should be home with your family, doing participating in parades and, you know, honoring the nation. Well, I could see Fabrizio's point. Having to work that day at fucking Home Depot so somebody can save 10 cents on a fucking piece of lumber.
Well, I'm not saying anybody should have to work on it. I'm just saying there are certain holidays, and I meant mostly, okay, before I said Christmas, oh my God, mostly 4th of July before dusk, and mostly New Year's Day, as long as I don't have to go to work with a hangover from New Year's Eve. That should be up to the person that, you know, is working there for sure, because there's always going to be somebody working at Home Depot that doesn't give a shit and wants that double time.
Yeah, it should be 6 to, like regular day, 6 to 4. That's
Most
it.
businesses are closed on New Year's Day. What's up, fellas?
Hey, what's up? It should be like 6 to 4, you know, but not closing at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. You know what I mean? You're gonna lose the, you know, your dinner, you know, and family and everything. Why you gotta 8 p.m.? You gotta really go over Home Depot, or you gotta buy a freaking cabinet, a freaking toilet. You know what I mean? It's, you know, you should be home and drink.
It's a blowout special. He ate chili the day before.
And all the
Yeah.
managers are off. All the managers are not working New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, all the
Yeah,
stuff.
depends. But what I'm saying, you know, I understand it's double pay. I don't complain about it. I mean, they didn't ask me, and probably the fact that I'm American, that's why probably I'm working. Sure enough. But I mean, I'm, you know, and they're like, can I leave early? I'm like, why you want to leave a little bit early? I'm like, well, I would like to have dinner with my wife. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be, you know what I mean? And they're like, oh, I don't know. Let's see. Like, well, you know, it's I'm like,
That's why I'm so. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I thought you were done. I'm sorry. That's why I fucking hate the car sales, man. I'm so happy I quit fucking with cars, man, because every fucking holiday was a fucking sale. July, 4th of July. Oh, big super sale. New Year's Day, super sale. It's like, why are we here? We're not
If you're
selling
good at
fucking
getting
cars.
commissions, you like those sales because then you get more
I'll
people
get in
in.
arguments with fucking the owners because I'm like, yo, let's fucking close down. Let's get the guys home to their families. Why are we here? I used to fight with them every fucking holidays. There's no point.
I mean, I'm not complaining. Thank God I got a job, but you know what I'm
I
saying.
mean, if we're all, if the house is selling 3-4 cars at the time and we're busy as shit, of course I wouldn't say anything. But when you fucking got your dick in your hand and you're sitting there bullshitting and wasting time, shut the doors down. You're wasting more money keeping it open than, you know.
Yeah, and then there's no even, you know, I haven't seen that much. I mean, the flag are out every time. They left the flag outside since last 4th of July or whatever because they are too lazy. They are still outside. But I haven't seen, you know, something cool like, you know, do something special events. The only thing is appliance sales and paint sales, something like that. That's it. You should be having like, you know, sure enough, they're going to have a cookout for the associates that are working. Thank God. At least, you know.
Your bars will be open, of course, you know, normal hours till 2 a.m. But fucking, as far as your restaurants and your daily operating stores, they're closed on New Year's Day, at least around here.
I mean, like I said, I don't complain. I'm agree with Poison. You know, it can be worse. It can be home and everything. But you know, it's one of the few holiday. Since I moved over here, I can't see the point. If I was from another country, I'm like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? But since I moved over here, and I know what's the reason behind the 4th of July, I'm like, you know what? You know what I mean? It don't make sense.
Like my wife, she says, gee, you care if I work on the 4th? I'm like, I don't care. It's time and a half. So go get your money.
Yeah.
She's getting $30-something an hour.
Wow. Holy shit. That's
time and a half. Yeah, she gets like 20 an hour. Yeah, she gets $30 an hour when she works holidays.
I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna pay the ammo, I guess. Anyway.
See, and that's what you guys have just said exactly. Every single reason why we have come full turn and why we should be doing like Dystopian says, do a mock funeral for the 4th of July. Everybody is sold out for the fucking dollar.
Yep, I know. That's sad to say, but
that's what it is. It's so the corporations can keep rolling in the big bucks and you can still be a sheep fucking over there doing whatever, and that's what it's about.
You know, see, the point is also when you ask to the people at home, oh, you're home, what are you gonna do? It's cool. Ah, thank God I'm off. I'm like, cool. What are you gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna get a barbecue and you know what I mean, and that's it. I'm like, but you know, I don't know. It's you guys support the you know, it's
Okay, now out west, generally the 4th of July, and I don't know about Stinger, but out west, just about every town that has a rodeo, you have a barbecue during the day, everybody's doing things, and then that evening you go to the rodeo, and then you go to, or the fireworks are directly after after the rodeo. I mean, that was a tradition. God, when I was a little kid, and my dad owned the Summit Rodeo Company, that was part of it. I mean, 4th of July was one of the biggest times of the year for us.
Ours is a little different here in the Midwest. I mean, we don't have the rodeo part, but we have the town does fireworks, right? There's barbecue. It's basically a family town day kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
we have a parade. I mean, we have the fireworks. Everybody barbecues.
Uh-huh.
in the smaller towns we have the rodeos, but that was back when I was living in the smaller towns. I don't really know what they do now. I know for me, what I'm going to be doing probably is going to South Mountain. It's like one of the biggest mountains in the valley here that you can actually drive your car up to. They have a road all the way to the top, and you can overlook the entire city of Phoenix and all the surrounding areas.
Wow.
And that's something really cool to do on the 4th of July because you're seeing fireworks from downtown, from
That's
Mesa,
cool.
from Tempe, from Scottsdale, all at the same time.
Don't forget your video cameras thing.
Nah, I don't know if I'm going to videotape anything like that. But
Oh, that'd be cool, man.
That's, we do that out here. Now, yesterday, we went up on the mountain, and I forgot about it being the week of the 4th of July. I shit you not, fucking town has picked up and moved up on the mountain. On our way up, we're going by one camp. There's like 6 fucking campers in there, 15 cars, motorcycles, 4-wheelers, fucking, it was bizarre. There's a goddamn sheriff standing in the camp. And this guy, it was crazy. I was like, we couldn't get off the mountain fast enough. We was going to go up there and hang out and do a little cookout and stuff like that with the kids, and fucking there's a sheriff up there running around. It's like, why the fuck is a sheriff up there running around?
What was he doing, dude?
Just fucking driving around,
Patrolling?
making his presence known. They never go up on. I've seen the sheriff on top of that mountain since 1987 2 times.
Damn.
And one was a search and rescue call out. And then yesterday, here's a fucking cop up there stopping by camps. What the fuck is it? Are they checking for permits so people can camp, or
Busting balls, that's what they're doing. They're out there busting people's balls, making it harder for you. Just
And-
like when you try to go crabbing or fishing at a pier, DJ, the fucking man's out there trying to bust your balls. You got a license, you got a license, you got a license, trying to find us thousands of dollars. Because my little G wanted to go fucking crabbing. So this fucking ball breaker's standing, hovering over everybody, showing people, making people show their license.
maybe asking for their papers and their permission slips?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
6-year-old boy going crabbing on the pier.
You know, when I was out in L.A., God, this was back in the mid and late 80s, so I used to fish off of the pier. I never held one job the entire time, and I was in L.A. for 2 years. And I used to fish off of the Redondo Pier. And I was making anywhere from $125 to $250 a day fishing.
Damn.
But I didn't need to have a fishing license.
wow.
I would get my bait, I would get the boxes, and everything I caught went into the boxes. And then about from 4 to 5:30, the Orientals would come in and they would buy every single fish that I had in that box. And it depended on how I did. And I mean, that's what I did every single day. And if I wanted to go fish, I could go fish. If I didn't have to. But I didn't have any fucking record of income. I didn't have to have a fishing license as long as I was on the pier. Now, what never made any sense to me is if I walked back to the bank or back to the shoreline and I wanted to surf fish, I would have needed to have a license. It just, I don't know. I never fucking wrapped my head around that permission slip, and I never got one. So, but
Yeah, I know they're big ass fines now, dude. We went to Ocean City. We went to Delaware. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's only like 5-10 minutes from Ocean City, so we went to Delaware and we got this nice place down there that her mom's friends got this nice place. It's got like a private community and nice ass pier and lake, and so we like to go crabbing. But this fucking guy's down there every summer busting balls, man.
I know that's how come I asked TPP if she had she had ever been in LA, because one year on the 4th of July, me and this girl that I dated her for a while. She looks just like TPP, only her name was Eva. We went out on a boat and we watched the fireworks in between Catalina Island and Redondo Vallarta. I believe it was Vallarta. I'd have to fucking look. It's been a long fucking time.
When's the
But we
last time
went
you went
on-
to LA, DJ?
When I left LA simply because I couldn't fucking handle all the people.
Yeah.
It was just way too many fucking people. I don't like to be around. I mean, I can handle being around crowds, but I don't want to be around fucking that constant barrage of sensory deprivation anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely crowded.
Well, with that check killing topic, dun. No,
Sorry.
that's okay. Let me shout out the chat room. No, Reb was busting somebody's balls the other day, or what was it? No, it was Jason Brumsfield's balls were getting broke because every time he commented, the chat was like dead. So,
Fuck,
I
this
just-
is...
Well, everybody's quiet so they can hear, and they're all going like this.
No.
well, let me shout out the chat real quick. Ronnie Brown, Dystopian Empire, QC Hemp, Northwest Indiana Prepper, the 10-round Patriot. What's up, Chris? DJ, you're out there. Kamersu. Good morning, Kamersu. Mike Newswinder, G Mangos, Optimus Android, Headley 321, and E Kenny and Linda. That's all I see so far.
To E. Kenny and Linda, Riddle Girl really wants to try this supposed hot sauce you got that's really, really hot. And I can't wait until you upload the video of Kenny trying it, because apparently Kenny was doing that for me. And contact me and I'll give you all my perks.
Oh, and you know what? Riddle Girl's a sneak, okay? She looked weto, but she got like some Latin or something in there somewhere, okay? She looked white like me, right? But she ain't. She eats that hot shit like it's fucking going out of style. She eats, like most people eat a pickle, she'll eat a pepper.
Yeah, jalapenos are her favorite treat.
Oh wow.
She eats them raw, just...
Oh, that's pretty hardcore.
Right?
Yeah, that shit that almost made Stinger turn the same color as his shirt. She's like, it's a little hot. It's nice though, nice flavor. You know, I'm like, holy shit, Weddle Girl, no, she's good to go. So, if
The
you
next
can make
day I
that
asked her, did it burn? I asked her the next day, did it burn? Because she wanted to rest her. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm in there. It's not fine. It burned like hell.
right, you're asking for mommy and an ice cream enema, you know, and she's like, please. Didn't even give me a warm fart.
But apparently, Kenny and Linda has some extract sauce stuff, so... Whew.
Right, super concentrated chemical warfare type stuff. and Riddle Girl will still laugh it off, so.
Yeah. Well, probably. I mean, I know people have different tolerance. You know what I mean?
Now you gotta build that shit up, man. That's why I'm not going straight to the really hot stuff right away. We're kind of building it up.
I used to use Tabasco like a maniac, and I got some bad bottom problems. I gotta quick all the spicy stuff, cut the coffee. I mean, drink one. You know that doesn't help. You know what I mean?
I wish it was Tabasco, some of the stuff that we've been trying lately, dude.
Like,
Tabasco ain't shit, man.
And those, and those you need one of those. You need some Tabasco in your survival stash, I guess. That makes taste everything better, I guess.
And, yeah, but you see, Fabrizio, he's got it horrible because he's doing it with his old lady. So no matter how hot he is, he's got to nut up every time.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Because the old lady's sitting right next to him, and she don't feel the heat, right? So she's just munch, 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 munch. And this poor bastard, he's on fire, and he's got to nut up and be like, yeah, you know what? I had some good flavor. You didn't feel the bite until 36 seconds in. Yeah, okay. Whatever.
First level is like, oh, 5. And she's like, meh, 2.
Oh, yeah, the last one, the habanero one, is doubly hot for me, apparently. But you guys will get a kick out of tomorrow's video, the ghost pepper one. We started with that, so.
Oh, I bet.
No, there was a guy did a competition a while ago. Eat like 12 of them, like the real pepper, like physically entire one. End up drinking milk, and everything.
I'm thinking maybe that's kind of like the same thing it is with the TJ's jar of peppers, because the first bite was the worst. After that, it wasn't too bad. So.
Right.
Yeah, because by then your senses are deadened, I guess. Oh, Tony said he should be in about hour and a half. He's on his way back from Cali.
Yeah, I hate
That's
people.
why there was no drunk chat this weekend. He was too busy getting drunk.
Okay. And I saw the picture on Facebook. I hate pickles and what's the other stuff they put in the hot dog, the green stuff? Relish. No, relish is okay. But pickles and the other stuff, peppers, that stuff sucks balls.
What?
Airburn, like bad.
I had ulcers and I eat that shit. Don't
Yeah.
cry.
No, because that's what I'm saying. I hate that.
Dry your eyes.
Yeah, like what? You don't even taste it. Pickle tastes like,
Like a cucumber that's been pickled.
Yeah, I know that pickle water is supposed to be good for cramps, but they said if you're like sweating, you got like cramps, it's supposed to be good for you. But they said, but
Always heard bananas.
Bananas too potassium, of course, but they were saying something about the pickle water. But anyway, I'm like, man,
That's the salt.
the salt and all that stuff, probably right.
Electrolytes, yeah.
Anyhow, I'm not a big fan anyway. Anyhow, it's like when they do ribs. No offense for anyone, I'm dry rub guy. I don't like too much crap.
Yeah, like there's this wing place. I think it's Native New Yorker near our place that my wife loves to go to because during the daytime it's like 30-cent wings, right? So you can get a whole bunch of them for really cheap, and they have all different styles of chicken wings. And some of the really good ones are, the regular their barbecue sauces, but I personally like the dry rubs better because, man, all that sauce, it gets all over my fingers, it gets all on my face, and I'm like, oh, it's just, I don't know if it's a phobia or what, but I don't like slimy, wet, sticky things on my fingers. It's gross. I gotta wipe every single wing,
That depends on what she looks like, Stan.
Yeah, I got it. Barbecue wings.
It's like
walk right in on that one.
the first time, I remember the first time I got ribs in I think it was in Chicago. The first time I was over here, and my wife didn't think about it. And I don't like the barbecue sauce, and I'm like, well, why the fuck they put ketchup on my ribs? She's like, no, that's barbecue sauce. Fuck, no, that's freaking ketchup. It's the fucking same thing. I'm like, it's sweet like ketchup. You know what I mean? No, that's barbecue sauce. Well, next time, just for the record, the worst one, actually the worst time I had an experience with Esther was in a restaurant, one of those Greek joint restaurant. The guy's like, please, I told him, no, I don't, if you would be nice, ribs with no barbecue sauce. When what they did, the ribs were probably ready, so they wash up the ribs, like under the sink probably, and then warm them up pretty much. You can taste they were like the kind of wet, you know what I mean? But
I don't know. I like different kind of barbecues. Not all of them, of course, but I like the mesquite. I like the honey barbecue. But There are some other ones that I just don't care for.
Yeah, I mean, I like what's the one that there's a place over here that make really awesome wings. I think it's the Onion Mustard, the one they make.
Yeah.
The Onion Mustard stuff is pretty good. I mean, a little bit, not too much, you know what I mean.
Right.
But
Yeah,
like,
if it's only honey mustard and that's all you're tasting, it's way too much.
yeah, you know, it's like steaks. You know, the French use a bunch of sauce and everything. We just put, you know, a little bit of wine when it's cooking. You know what I mean. But then we put pretty much rosemary, pepper. You know what I mean.
If it's too much sauce, that's how they usually hide up that it's bad. It's gone bad, you know.
Yeah. Although the quality of the meat doesn't help, you know, you gotta think about, you know, most of the, you know, the good steak versus a cheap steak is a huge difference. But anyway, you know, I'm working on it. I passed the trauma for bologna, so I eat in bologna. I guess that was a good step up, I guess. I survived to that, but you know, it's a different way to cook and everything. You know. So anyway, how Mule's gonna celebrate the 4th of July?
Hopefully, I am going to barbecue and shoot shit and go to a parade and watch fireworks.
Sounds good. We can plan.
Plan.
I'll let you know. Maybe the week after the 4th of July, we can plan something if you want to.
Yeah, I do want to get something because I know you're getting a new toy and you're going to need to sight it in, and you know you only get pistol range, so if any.
Yeah. Well, the new one's supposed to be already sight because they normally test firing and everything. I know that normally they send it. That's what they told me. But again, the other one, I don't think there's any one of my other one that has been sight. Alex, for the 70, one of the other one, the one we shoot at the range, because I bought from another guy, that might be sight on, but the other twos and the pup, no, never sight before. So.
But it'd be nice to be able to sit there and check them out and have it at a real ranged range. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you won't be able to film, and you got to put up with the range bullshit. You know, but once in a while, it's okay.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know. Maybe next time we can film. You never know.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard anything in the news or anything about their court case.
Yeah.
And it would be in I'd see that.
So the
Just
guy,
like I saw that they're going to start growing marijuana here for the medical
really?
in my area.
Wow. How about that?
We're able to sell it up by you and all over this northern part of the state. So.
Much shit. Nice. Less money for the gangs, I guess.
Oh yeah.
We're good. It's all
No,
good.
it's just, you know what? They're talking about bringing in a couple hundred jobs to the area. So
Good.
that's good for anybody who lives around here.
More honest jobs, less criminal. I'm okay for them. I'm all for it.
Right? And you think about it, every 2 manufacturing or growing job, you know, brings at least 2 more other jobs, right?
Yeah.
Well, at least that's the way it's supposed to work. So.
Yeah, you gotta think about sooner or later. I don't see the big issue with the marijuana stuff. I don't think it's a big deal, honestly. I mean, you know what I mean?
I do. I mean, a lot of other people, you know, have other ideas.
No, about legalize. You know what I mean? I think it's not a problem for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's the latest problem. You know what I mean? They're supposed to be ads.
Well, as tobacco gets more and more villainized, and you know, the only way they're ever going to make it illegal, because they're making way too much money on the taxes of it. The only way they're ever going to make it illegal is if they then legalize marijuana nationwide and sell it in packs and tax the hell out of that. But their only problem with that is that marijuana is a friggin' weed and it grows everywhere. And how are you going to make it how are you going to make it where people can't grow it for themselves and they have to only buy it from a store? You know,
Well, dude, people can still grow tobacco. Tobacco grows pretty easily in a lot of places, but people are too fucking lazy. You know how easy it is to grow a potato? I mean, seriously? You throw out, you cut the eyes off the potato and throw it out, put it under shallow ground.
Yeah.
And a fucker will grow in just about any kind of dirt, too.
Yeah.
But, you know, people are just lazy in general.
What I'm saying, I mean, you know what I mean? This should be like, okay, see, I've been places in the world that's legalized, it's a quiet place anyway, you know? It's not a big, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
You know, tough shit. You know what I mean?
Well, they're gonna, they're already coming out with. I mean, they're gonna end up legalizing it. Colorado's making too much in taxes. Washington State's gonna make too much in taxes, and just money in their economy. Growth in their economy because of it, to where it's just gonna make sense. It's like gambling. Remember when gambling was only kept to, Atlantic City and fucking Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now just about every fucking state in the union has some kind of gambling going on.
Anywhere that has an Indian gaming casino, which is a lot.
But not just
All
them.
the resorts have it.
They make bypasses, right? They write a law to where if you're on a river, you can be called a riverboat casino. You don't ever have to move on that fucking river. You just can't be permanently attached to shore.
Yeah.
So it's workarounds. It's the rabbi way of. It's what's gotten us as crazy as a country as we are, because it's the rabbi way of the law.
Loopholes.
If there's a block in the law, right a way around it, right a loophole, right, something like that, instead of just changing the law. But it is what it is.
Sorry about that. That was me.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, damn, Joe, that stinks. You had to fart that bad? Next time, bro.
Not bad, huh?
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Okay, dudes. How's everybody?
All right. All righty then. Oh, bad movie impression.
I was hoping we can go outside the balcony and shoot in the air for the 4th of July, but I guess it won't happen, right? No? I was hoping, but...
All right.
Hey, Altenda, I heard you say you're gonna have bologna, huh?
Yeah, big fan.
Really? You know that's just lips and assholes, don't you?
It don't matter. You know what? It feeds the belly when you're trying to save money for a gun.
Yeah. The gun takes priority, yeah.
Although, I was eating when I was going shopping at Walmart. And then we are going to the deli place, you know what I mean? And there is deli meat and cheese for pretty much the same, not the same price, but you know what I mean? For a fair price. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I can have a decent sandwich for lunch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do the same thing.
Well, once in a while, you take off the taste for bologna, In Italy, we got something very similar. It's called mortadella.
Right, I like it.
But it's way better than bologna.
Mortadella.
Yeah.
Mortadella, yep.
And it's a delicacy here, dude.
It's got big squares of fat in it. Gee.
Yeah.
And pistachios.
He knows what that is.
Yeah.
Good shit.
My grandmother used to cut big chunk of that and boil it and cook it with the red sauce, tomato sauce, and make spaghetti sauce, and then you can eat with the bread. Or you used to take a big chunk of it so it get tender and put it inside a sandwich. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I do. I was lucky enough to grow up in a neighborhood that had plenty of old Italian ladies with a great Italian deli right up the fucking street. So yeah.
Yeah.
I do know.
So good. It's so good.
Yeah.
So you came from heaven, huh, Mule?
No, but damn close. Especially for a poor Irish kid, right? Well, not poor, but whatever. For an Irish kid whose grandmother only knew how to boil every fucking thing.
Bad.
I'm not kidding. And my mother couldn't cook. My mother just could not fucking. She was the same way. Just she would fucking burn water.
Yeah, you can do it.
Oh no, and my best friend growing up, his grandmother used to, I'd be smelling stuff in the kitchen and be like, what the fuck is that? Well, not in those words at, that time, because if I'd have said that, I'd have gotten beaten across the house by the old lady.
Yeah.
Spain is pretty bad too. In Spain, they use a bunch of oil. They really use a lot of oil because it's cheap, compared to Europe or United States, I guess, everywhere. The olive oil over there is really cheap, so they fry the shit of everything, like garlic and oil all over the place.
Oh hell yeah, man!
Yeah, that's but that kind of makes sense. I guess it's for disinfect. All good. Garlic is all good.
It's all man. I'll tell you what, I love. That's actually my favorite pasta. Is just basically plain pasta with just oil and garlic.
Yeah.
With a little bit of maybe a little bit of oregano and rosemary tossed in just for color.
Yeah.
You know,
But
some fresh bread. Oh, some fresh butter. A little bit of some fresh olives. Still in them. Black. I'm not a green guy.
Man, you're making me
you toast the bread. You rub the garlic on the bread, then you put fresh tomato sauce. You make a bruschetta. Vegetables.
Oil, feta cheese.
Oh, come on.
Well, let's stop talking food, man. I haven't cooked like that.
I'm going to get me a can of black olives right now. I'll be back in a few.
Okay.
That's a good one now.
No, it's good too. My grandpa used to take the parmesan, the grind one, you call it in English, dusty one. He used to put it in a spoon and put some oil on the top. You like it? I don't know if it was any good, but
I like just fresh. Yeah, hell yeah, a little bit of Parmesan or Romano on there. Oh,
I told y'all.
It cracks my wife up, right? I can eat ricotta cheese all day long, right? But I can't eat like fucking cottage cheese.
Cottage, yeah, it's okay. Ricotta cheese, the one you got, the American one, the American version. You gotta find the real ricotta cheese.
Yeah, I imagine, and I know growing up it was a lot better than what I can get here in Illinois. But it's still, I can eat that shit right out of the thing, and I can't do that with cottage cheese. I don't know why, but there it is. I grew up eating more Italian than Irish. That's for sure.
I love
cottage cheese, man. Just give me some salt on that, and I'll go to town.
I tell you, man, when I went to Greece, brother, fucking, here we got peanut butter and jelly for all the kids. There, they take fucking Italian bread, put it in the oven, put some olive oil, tomatoes.
Yeah.
They crush some tomatoes on it. They put a little bit of oregano, salt, and pepper. Forget about it.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's their peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, that's the Spanish breakfast. If you go in Spain, mantequilla de tomate, aceite de tomate, that's the breakfast they got over there. They just for breakfast, you think you're going to get the donuts or some marmalade and butter like European style. No.
Right.
Tomato and oil and a piece of bread.
And tomato, feta cheese, olives, that's their breakfast.
It's all good, trust me.
Oh, it's all good.
Although I like peanut butter, I'm a big fan. Since I was a kid. I remember my father used to go to the American base in Vicenza. They used to trade some Italian wine for Ray-Ban glasses and American Eskimos and peanut butter. So once I hit, I think it was the one with the guy with the hat. The guy with the hat and the
Ray-Ban and Skippy. That's funny.
Mr. Peanut. Planters.
Oh.
So I had a jar of Planters, old school one, like that big, 1970 style. But I'm think once I hit all the jar by myself when I was a kid. I got a little sick, just a little, but it was fun. And then we used to, it was fun, America. That's all about America. There's a funny movie if you find online is with the Italian comedian, very old, 1951. It's called One American in Rome. One American in Rome.
Somebody to assassinate.
And you gotta see one part if you can find with the subtitle in English. It's kind of mocking American movie with John Wayne, you know what I mean? Gregory Peck, something like that. And the way it's funny to see the way they were seeing America in the 1950s. You know what I mean? He has a big ass bottle of wine. The big, I don't know what to call it in English. The one you carry the wine, but the huge ones. The glass one. He put it reverse on an empty chair, and he makes the American, you know what I mean, the water, the tub, the one you got in the office, and then water cooler, and then he play baseball, and it's eating mustard with butter and yogurt. I'm like, because like in the movie, the American movie, the American never lose war with the Indians. That's how the American win the wars, and that's and it's very funny if you find it. It's funnier to see than describe it, but anyway.
I always wondered about the American, the opinion of America growing up, and because you're close enough to my age for me to ask,
Yeah.
what was your guys' opinion of America during, like, say, the Reagan era?
Well, you gotta think. My mother is the extraction is very Catholic, so it was kind of neutral. My father, I hate to say that, but he was very involved in the Communist Party in Italy. But you got to think about something. In the 70s, they were very strong. There was a very strong fight, 60 and 70 in the factories, you know, the strikes and everything. So I have to admit that they help out a bunch of people that work after them. You know what I mean? Otherwise, worker rights were on the shit before the 60s. So you know, kind of makes sense. Anyhow, his opinion of kind of discordant. You know, they never like. It was okay with America neutral. And then suddenly, when they elect Obama, big fan of Obama. So, magically, I'm like, what's your freaking point? I'm like, oh, you know, it's a nice-looking guy. It's something new. It's not like Bush and blah blah blah. I'm telling you, you know, since I was over here just after they elect him, I'm like, you know, that's a freaking commie, you know, like, it's like, oh, that's good. That's good.
That was probably a good thing for your dad, right?
You know what I mean? I'm like, seriously? Like, oh. But anyway, most of the people depending extraction. I got a bunch of people before the 70s or the middle age. They like America. I mean, I'm a big fan of everything made in America. You know, all the movies. You know, Duke of Hazzard. You know, all the stuff like that. You know, and some other people they grow up with a certainly cultural extractions. They hate the United States like a lot. Not even the people, just you know, the American policies, you know what I mean? The South America stuff, you know, in the 60s and 70s, you know, the Vietnam and all that stuff like that. You know what I mean? They always seen the America like the imperialistic empire, you know what I mean? In the meantime, Russia was doing the same in other countries, but nobody want to say anything about it, you know what I mean? So, Cuba, you know, Cuba was pretty much in Africa with a third of their army, but, you know, who cares? But me personally, I was neutral actually, you know, it's most like you know, different what I was thinking when I was a kid, you know. I was thinking about Grand Canyon, you know, New York, you know, something like that. And then you move over here, you see Chicago, you know, it's like, meh, except for downtown. All the rest is kind of, you know, what.
Well, we don't. When you look at the world through movies, it's you're very misinformed, you know, and we've all been there.
Yeah, you know.
We've all hit that misinformed from that kind of stuff, so.
Yeah.
What's up, Ronnie?
What's up, Ronnie?
So, let me do a quick shout out. See who's out there in the room. Chad Lilly, what's up, Chad? E. Kenny and Linda, hi, E. Kenny. Gatored, what's up, Gator Red? Southern Style. Hadley 321. Tommy Stock 64. Justin Woolley. Let's see, and that's all I'm seeing. Tommy Boy 9.
So Ronnie,
yeah, I was putting the vertical for a while today. Getting used to it, you know. Got to work your way into wearing it more often. And that's the one that E. Kenny and Linda sent me.
Oh, yeah, I had a question about that. And well, once you're done, we'll shout me down.
I'm all done shouting out. My thing didn't update enough.
Okay, so I've had only one shoulder holster before, but I have been thinking about getting another one for when I get another firearm. Especially at like a Glock 21 to go with my Glock 30. You know, they're both the same caliber. I'd like to have one in the shoulder, one on the hip. Now, the shoulder holster I had before was one that was horizontal, and I like that just fine. And every time I've seen one that's vertical, I always think, wouldn't that be more of a hassle to have to pull it up and out versus just straight out? Now, I would love to know your, you know, reasoning why you like
the way the pistol handle hits my man tit now.
Does it feel up on it real good and give you a little thrill, or what?
It does. It's not when the horizontal, the holster as I'm moving around, because my shoulders are wider than my waist, right? So the way it rides around, it smacks, and I don't have musculature up there as I used to, and so it smacks into my man boob now, and that's kind of annoying. So that's why the vertical, I'm trying it out, and it works out real good because the handle is up and back more to where it's not flopping. It is against where there is still muscle, you know, and it's not flopping and smacking into the man titty.
Okay.
So that's the most honest opinion I can give you.
That is honest, and I thank you for it.
And boobs. Keep the tits.
All right.
So you know, I could either keep the horizontal holster and do a shitload of push-ups, or you know, and start working out again, which more than likely is not going to happen. Or I can go to the vertical and eliminate the problem without a ton of exercise.
Yeah.
So, just saying, I know my lazy ass self, and I don't see myself working. I'm gonna start exercising even more, but not just to make my shoulder holster fit a little better.
Where did you order the? Sorry, where did you order the from? Who did you order the AK? Yeah, that's sorry, the pop, whatever. Which store?
What was that, Brees? Sorry.
Sorry, my bad. I mean, from which store did you order
Oh, I went with Buds
Okay.
because they shipped free, and anywhere else I bought from with shipping and handling and blah 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 would have ended up rolling the same. And they've dealt with my FFL dealer a lot, and my FFL guy's only a $20 charge.
Good.
So for $20, you know, he's only making 20 off of it. I'm not paying tax on it or shipping. So it works out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I gotta see this one. I think it will say something about 30 or 35. It's not horrible. I mean.
No, it's not horrible, and they you know they all fluctuate. I'm just a cheap bastard when I know somebody can do it for $20, and it's the same fucking paperwork that they're going to charge $40 for, 35, 40, whatever, and it's like, yeah, but guess what? If I save that $15, I'm going to spend that $15 in your store.
Yeah, good point. No, what I'm saying too, you know, I never know that if you see that you're shipping a bunch of stuff, ammo no, because we can get them. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a problem. The only thing we need to send to the company is the freaking, some of the company they cannot figure out. So they ask you every time that there's a way to load your FOID card in their system. You know what I mean?
I just email them a copy of it that I have on file.
Good point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
You
would,
know.
you know what I mean?
And that's all I do. I just ordered ammo from J&G, right? Because they're having a sale on the AK, $200 for a case. And once they had my shit on file, they were like, "Okay, thanks. We never need it again."
Yeah,
Never
yeah.
need your account.
Yeah, like cops right away. They know you. They know they are in the system. They're.
Yeah.
You gotta
And which is why I never understood the bullshit with the needing the concealed carry and the blah blah blah. When you have a FOID card in the state of Illinois, to let those who don't live here know, you've gone through 3 background checks just to get that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you go through the federal background check, you go through your state background check, and then you go through your local background check with your sheriff in your county. Before they give you your FOID card, which is good for 10 years and only costs $10. That's why people in Illinois who do like firearms just go ahead and get it.
Yeah. You
No
got
matter
it.
how much they bitch about having to jump through the hoop. $10, 10 years, and it's a $10 renewal fee, and you don't have to go through the same hoops again. They just renew it.
Even if you change your address, you have to. But my question was, so that's food for forensic. You know, you transfer a gun because you're transferring a gun, right? You're buying from him. You're transferring, right?
No, I bought my gun from Buds. He's just facilitating the paperwork for $20.
Okay.
He's not accepting it into his inventory. It's on hold in his inventory until I come to pick it up. I've already filled out the paperwork.
Okay, so you pretty much you didn't transfer from another store. I thought you were buying from another store and ship it to the. Okay.
Yeah, no, I bought it from Buds Guns
Okay, sorry.
online, and they ship it to my FFL dealer.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm saying, yeah.
And my FFL dealer has to run it through the FFL check, whatever the fuck it is, the NIC check, and he charges $20.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. I told you FFL as a store. That's why. Okay.
Yeah. They're just like the middleman. They don't actually buy the firearm.
Gotcha. My one too. I mean, I was wondering, do you know how long does it take after the gun gets to the FFL?
Well, if you already have your paperwork filled out like I do, when it hits his door, he's calling me. I'm going to his door.
Because I sent in the FOID card and my green card and everything. They said because they're gonna start the process. But I don't think is done yet.
Oh no, you got to go down there and fill out the 4473, whatever it is, 4470.
Then come back.
Yeah, dude, I went there first, right after I got off the phone with Bud's Guns.
Yeah.
Right, I call up my FFL. I said, hey. He said, you know, blah, 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 whatever. And I said, well, I'm going to stop by. So I stopped by, filled out the paperwork real quick, paid the $20 fee. And so all my background check crap is already done, but before the gun even gets to the door, you know. So when the gun gets to the door on a rifle in Illinois, it's 1 day. So, and in 3 days for a handgun. So no matter what, from wherever it's shipped, it usually takes about 2-3 days for a firearm. So then I just go pick it up.
So what you're saying, you gotta go one time, fill up everything, and then come back eventually.
Yeah, well, you got to come back and pick up your firearm. You go one time, you pay your fee, you fill out your paperwork. They do the background check while it's in shipping, while it's in transit, right? That way, all your waiting time is while the firearm's in transit.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I should get here tomorrow, hopefully early, so I can go maybe in the afternoon, sign up everything, and then come back the day after, probably.
Well, yeah, and that's what you'd have to do.
24 hours, right? 24 hours, that's what you gotta wait.
If you're getting the contest winnings, it's going to take you 3 days to pick up the firearm if you haven't already filled it out.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
See, I would have went, and that's where, like I said, once I got off the horn with Buds, once you got off the horn with whoever you were purchasing or who you won it from, if you went right to your FFL, paid your fee, you probably would have only had to pay one fee for both firearms, and you would have picked them up the day they came in.
Good point too. I didn't think about that. Well, the problem with the 45, the guy is just kind of busy. He's always busy. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to ship it tomorrow. I'm like, do whatever you want, just let me know. I know the one is the one for Rifle Dynamics. I mean, it's actually funny enough, they ship it to Champaign down south, and now it's coming back to Chicago. Right, Chicago to
Right. Well, it's got to go to Champaign. I mean, everything's got to go through somewhere. I was following mine through tracking too, and it's just got to. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, I guess tomorrow I gotta go first, then do all the paperwork tomorrow, and then come back, hopefully the day after, or whatever. Oh well, can shoot it anyway, so not in a hurry.
Right.
So, Mule, is Bud guns out of state from you, or what?
Yes.
And it's only cost you $20 for your FFL?
Yeah. Well, because it's shipped free. Right, so Buds would have charged me for shipping. Every place else charges you to ship your firearm. Right, Bud ships free on most of the stuff.
Okay, I was going to buy one from Arms List anyway. It was coming from out of state, and I called Gander Mountain. And he said since it was from out of state, and I was going to pick it up, right? Out of state guns are $75.
Well, that sounds like company policy kind of thing.
Yeah, the hell with that. I won't be going to Gander Mountain for anything.
Yeah, I mean, my FFL guy is a local guy who, in Illinois, they have guys that run right out of, a separate building on their houses.
Yeah, that's really
on private property.
That's what sucks about being out here in a cornfield. There are no gun shops.
No, but you don't know because there could be, 3 or 4 people in your area could be FFL dealers and you just don't know it, right? That's the way it turned out for me. So the guy I deal with is just one town over. He knows people I know. Grew up, you know what I mean. So
yeah. They're different because I asked the range where I go normally. They said 75 too.
Wow.
Yeah, the range. The FFL guy is another story, The FFL guy is smarter. He knows what it's about. You know what I mean.
But that's where, and maybe that's just individual transfers, but I don't know, because I know Bud's Guns or whatever, if they're going to charge $75 for you to buy something on the internet, yeah, I'd definitely find another FFL dealer.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying, 75 is the
You want to get this crap? Get this crap. The closest gun store that I go to, and I go there a lot, but I'll never get a transfer there because of their freaking screwed up rules. They only allow you to transfer stuff to their store that they don't sell. So if you have if you win a competition and you get like a Ruger SR9, you can't have it shipped there because they won't do it. They won't do the FFL transfer because you could buy that gun in their shop, and they rather you buy it from them than have it shipped to them for you to buy that way.
Gotcha. I know the Krebs, for example, is a store. Well, not really a store. Kind of. They don't transfer gun, even if they get an FFL license. But the gun store the gun store's less range that we go, they were saying 75. And then depends. One store says 35, another one 20. 35 is okay. I can, I mean, all right, fair enough. My 75 is ridiculous. My FFL used to charge me, the one in Champaign. Never charged me actually because it was a friend. Used to charge me. It was charging people 20, 25. That is fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because all they're really doing is accepting a package and filling out paperwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at least that's the way it was for me, and that's why I've been to all my gun dealers, talked to them all, and the average is about between 25 and 35.
Yeah.
For a gun transfer, and that's okay. Especially for a brick and mortar store, keeping them open. They're not making a buck off of the fucking. That's all they're making off of that firearm.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right. And plus, this FFL is in. I don't know if you're familiar with Mule, but it's in Libertyville. That is probably maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes from here. Libertyville. That's not horrible far away. You know what I mean? It was probably the closest one, honestly. You know what I mean? There was another one in Bolingbroke that is way far away from me. And then the way that the people at the range answer me, I think that I don't know. I don't like the people. I mean, never liked them much. A couple of them. I mean, I understand you're busy and everything, but if I do the same thing, my store probably gets fired right away.
Right.
But it's not even your store. If you were the owner, maybe I can understand. But if you're working for them, yeah, you know what I mean.
Right.
What's up, HD?
What's up, bro?
I'm here to find out what's up. You guys just-
How are you going to celebrate? How are you going to celebrate non-Independence Day, or whatever name we come up for it? I guess.
Right. I hadn't really thought about it.
Well, I mean,
it's a good point.
You're one of the few people who actually watched the intro video, Stinger, talking about you. He's like, oh, you had an intro up? Wow, I would have watched it if I'd have known, fucker.
Oh, yeah.
You can't be there at all times, right?
I don't think I'm even subbed to the Green Dragon anymore, so.
Probably a good call. Probably best to distance yourself now before it gets.
Mostly for the NSA or whoever, looking through my subscriptions.
Right.
Look.
But you actually watched it, so can you see my point?
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't. I don't know that. 4th of July lost its meaning years ago. People stopped. How many holidays really still have any significance? Except for a very small portion. It's like you get Veterans Day that might have a parade. Or something. Or Memorial Day might have something, but still a small percentage of the population enjoys it.
I think more people enjoy the zombie walk or zombie runs that they have around here than July.
Right.
Can't even get the little leaguers to go on a parade for 4th of July around here anymore.
I don't know about where you guys are at, but around here it's almost in the big city. I'm not talking about the smaller cities, but like in main downtown Phoenix, it's almost you're scared. Well, I'm not, but some people are definitely scared of. Well, it might offend all the Mexicans.
4th of July?
Yeah, we're in America, even on especially on Cinco de Mayo, but even on 4th of July, yeah.
Sorry about the noise.
Yeah, I could care less about that.
Right.
I was just cheering against Mexico today at the World Cup just because it's Mexico and they're at war with us. So.
Well, I told my daughter she wanted an American flag T-shirt, and I was like, the only way you're getting an American flag T-shirt is if you wear it to school on Cinco de Mayo. She's like, all right. I was like, here you go.
And she didn't get sent home, huh?
Fuck
No.
yeah, Stinger. That's right. And if they want to fucking come here, then they got to remember the American flag flies above them.
That's right.
It's like the Mexican flag don't fly at all.
Oh, God. That shit pisses me off. Makes me want to ask them when they're fucking whining about it. Just tell them, say, if my fucking balls are on your chin, where would my dick be?
Loving
Yeah,
every minute of it.
Watching the World Cup today and that Mexico game really got me to thinking about, has anybody done more to hurt America than Mexico in the last 20, 30 years?
Yeah.
Seriously, has any other country done anything?
You mean since Reagan did the last amnesty?
Chavez is dead.
Well, you can go back that far. I mean, just go back into the Cold War. Because the Soviets were actively undermining us then, but after the Cold War was over, has anybody treated us worse than Mexico?
Hell yes.
I mean, really?
El Salvador.
Mexico has, how many times has Mexico crossed our border and shot at our own people?
Well, that's happening right here in Arizona a lot lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
at
it's like-
Tucson a couple nights ago.
Yeah, I had posted that to Google or my wife did. I don't remember which one of us, but yeah, that shit's been going. I don't know about before, when I was younger or whatever. I never heard of it. I mean, that was the first time I had ever heard of that shit going down. So I don't know if it's a new phenomenon or what, but that's some bullshit.
No.
They've been actively.
They are. They're thinking.
Mexico has actively encouraged people from Central America to come through Mexico to America. They
thinking,
drive
you're right.
buses and stuff up to the border for them.
Yep. You're right. They got a plan.
And it's not new. It's decades in the making.
What the hell could Mexico benefit from that? They can't. Those people can't pay for their ticket, bus tickets. You know what I mean?
They don't want to take it. They just want them out of their country.
Yeah, I know they want out of the country, and Mexico is willing to take them out of the country, but they want to dump them here.
Yeah.
So
Right, and I mean, these people spend billions and billions of dollars back and spend millions of dollars trying to get into our country. So it helps build the Mexican economy, and it helps the economies of South America because it's just a constant, flow of suck of cash.
okay, we
out of
just
America
missed everything you said.
down south, right? Because they'll live 20 to a house here, right, and live here for 2-3 years, shipping their salaries all back to fucking wherever they came from, right, and live on next to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, all that money sucked right out of our economy. And if they stay here long enough, they'll get a pension, they'll get Social Security, they'll get whatever, and they'll go back to their home countries and live like kings.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's going to get a pension anymore, but
Yeah, neither do I.
everything else, yeah.
But all they're doing is influxing cheap labor to take the rest of the few jobs that are left here in America that, somebody with a high school diploma or a decent set of skills and no education on paper, right, can make money, right? So now they're flooding the market with everything, cheap labor, and they're loving every minute of it.
Yeah.
Even if they start new factories here, you really think they're going to go hire the American machinists that now are 50 years old, who've been out of a job for 5, 10 years, 20 years? No, they're going to go hire and train somebody brand new for whatever the minimum wage is, and they're going to make sure that minimum wage, it may sound good, but it's going to be worth that minimum wage kind of thing. Everybody else's dollar is just going to be worth as little as that.
Yeah.
So then you're going to turn the United States into corrugated house, little corrugated huts, just like Mexico, huh?
Yeah, dude, we'll have favelas soon enough. You watch. It ain't going to be much different than fucking Brazil.
Yeah.
Right? And Brazil, anyway, study Brazil sometimes.
Yeah.
Very similar to America in ways.
And very similar to Mexico in a lot of other ways.
Uh-huh.
So, the first half of... Huh?
So that's all fun. So what are you making for the non-Independence Day? Let's see. We did burgers and brats tonight, so I'm trying to figure out what to do on the grill for the non-Independence Day.
Pork chops.
I'm not
Should I shoot an eagle or something? I'm an asshole. Sorry.
I'm
That was
making,
just me being a dick.
I make a commitment, you and everybody on the panel, to Green Dragon. I make a commitment to not order Korean food over the weekend.
All right. Okay. They'll do.
I'm gonna eat.
food.
Well-
I'm just, I'm glad I'm not your cat.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
We're having White Castle.
But
No, I mean, I'm going to barbecue. I'm going to go to the fireworks. I'm going to go to the parade, because I'm still an American. No matter how disappointed I am with the way the country's going, I still love it, no matter for all the conflict that goes in my mind and soul over it.
absolutely, I'm agreeing. But
You
let's see.
know?
My wife is in charge, I guess. I'm working, so I don't know. She's off.
I mean, that's like you're never going to, no matter how much I hate New York, I love New York. That's where I was born. That's where I was raised.
All right.
I hate it. Never set foot back in it. If I can help, if I can do everything in my power to help it until it's free. But, do I miss it? Yeah, in ways.
Uh-huh.
But who was it that said you can never go home again?
Yeah.
Hawthorne, maybe?
Yeah, Hemingway or some bullshit.
I don't even remember. Maybe HD will. He has a better classic education than I do.
That's literature. I'm not much on classic literature.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like Hemingway or Whitman though, or something
Well,
like
the first two dedications are good. Good call, man. Mule, the gentleman down there, good call on the first two. What was it, Veterans and Memorials? Good call, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be weird, and you know what? You hear a lot of. If we make it to 2016, I will be amazed.
Thomas Wolfe.
Thomas Wolfe, thank you.
Thomas Wolfe.
Yeah, I saw a sticker, the first one in my life. I almost puke. I'm ready for Hillary. That's the sticker.
Oh,
that. Oh, I've seen a couple of those. There's a couple of them running around.
I want
Ready
one
for what?
Dead?
Hillary.
Oh my God.
I want one too. I'm gonna take a picture, a selfie with that one and some Vaseline probably. I'm ready for Hillary. That makes sense, I guess.
Hey, you know what? If you really want to go gray, man, grab him up.
Yeah.
hey, you know what? If we get flooded with people from other countries, can we consider that an invasion? And we still have things behind every blade of grass in this country.
Yeah.
And, when there's too many deer in a state, what happens?
Mexican season.
They call on us.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Rabbit season.
How's it going, 10 round? Tommy Boy says July 4th is picnic, shooting off fireworks and blowing shit up. Hell yeah. I'm there. Jason says, hey. Jason Brumsfeld. Optimus Android's out there. All the FFLs around him are a $40 transfer.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay.
Southern Styles out there. Fuck that ID file shit. Yeah, well, that's the only way I can get ammo over the internet
Yeah.
here in Illinois, just to let you know.
Even the store, even if you go Walmart, anywhere.
Yeah, you have to show it no matter what, but to get it over the internet, they have to have it on file, or else they won't mail it to you. And when you're talking, Walmart's going for, what was it? I was in there today, $5.47 a box,
Yeah.
which wasn't bad when everything was going crazy, right? But right now, when you can get it for about $4 a box,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, I was looking at the 45. They got Tula for 15. If you go online, you can spend 14, and the shipping is for free. So $1 a box, 500 round. You do the math. Better than enough. 500 round would be. I mean, it's a bunch of boxes. I mean, you know what I mean?
yeah.
But the problem is, again, you gotta put together the money for. Although I'm agree with my wife, she keeps saying instead of go Walmart every single week, put away the money and buy whatever you want every 2 or 3 months. Makes sense. You know what's the problem? What pissed me off? I don't mind going to Walmart over here and Cabela and everything. What pissed me off the fact that they gotta pay that much of taxes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you don't when you buy them online. Let me finish shouting out the room, Breeze. But I'm in the same boat. The only problem is every time I get close to being able to buy a case of ammo, that money is needed for something else.
Yeah.
QC Hemp still out there. Hadley 321 still out there. Tommy Stock. Try to Cook This is out there. And they're hoping this year is going to be okay. So going to do some coleslaw, pork, and themselves. Sounds like a blast. You ought to check out that video I shared the other day about the new iPad app or whatever.
Was that you the other night that was mentioning going to the browser instead of the app, Mule?
No, I shared a thing about this particular app that you can do now with the fleshlight.
Oh, all right.
And it's the downfall of man. Okay, I'm telling you right now, dudes are sick. You can eliminate whole populations with that thing.
Right on. Just right as hell.
Same reason why robot hookers would be, forget about it. Mankind better have enough in the jar to keep us going, because otherwise, man, dudes got, come on, seriously, think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
It can be a very dangerous thing. You want population control? Give them some kind of Android love thing.
Well, they've had that going in Japan for a while.
That's how they do it.
I bet. But, it finally reached our shores where now it's an iPhone app or an iPad app. And you just hook your fleshlight into it and, never talk to a woman again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had the A messed up with the E.
Geeks have won. How the fuck did we... the geeks have won. The technocrats have won. It's fucking crazy. I don't know.
Hey, I think our buddy's here.
Who?
Check the sidebar.
Really? Fun. Anyway, it's just fucking nuts, man. When I heard about that new iPhone thing on the Young Turks of all places, right?
Oh, shit.
And it was just, I saw the apocalypse, and it's coming in an iPhone app, an iPad app.
Wow.
It's just insanity. We really have gotten to the point where you're scared for just the human race at this point. I mean, and then you got that ISIS is now is? Has anybody heard about this?
No.
I thought they changed it to ISIL.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. That group is now declaring a caliphate and a religious holy leader. So now all Muslims are supposed to bow down to this guy, and then fight do away with their borders, join the caliphate, come together in some giant jihad kumbaya against the West.
Oh shit.
So, which is kind of crazy when you go,
Mm-hmm.
Even if you consider, like say you just don't believe in the Bible, right? You don't believe in any of the three books, right? But you go reading in the Bible and you go looking, and you're saying that these crazy ass Christians have been reading this shit for 2,000 years and buying into this bullshit, right? And then you go flipping through and you come up to Revelations and you go start matching it up for what's going on in the world today, and you go, you know what? It probably went like that a lot, until you get to this new Crusades type of deal, right? With a planet that has nuclear weapons. We don't have trebuchets and catapults where we're tossing rocks at each other, heading for each other with swords, right? We have chemical weapons, and we have fucking biological weapons, and we have fucking nuclear weapons. So, it raises that whole up to a whole different level. And then with the whole mark of the beast versus, these new tagging implements that they can do on people, everything from a tattoo to an implant into your skin, just letting you buy Google fucking glasses. Because you'll track yourselves. We all do. Remember, what do we carry in our fucking pockets? The mark of the beast. Right? So, I don't know.
I don't know. I followed Jason's, or not Jason, but who was that kid, that Zanny, that came on and told us to fucking microwave our IDs? I microwave mine. But I don't carry a cell phone, and Juliana and Elijah, if they want to leave the house with me, theirs stays home.
Right on.
You know what? I was that way, and then I just gave up because, there's such advantages and disadvantages to it that
Yeah,
I
you gotta
forget it
have.
most of the time at home anyway. So that's the one advantage is I'm a Luddite. But
You want to hear one thing I read today I didn't like was that Syria supposedly is handing over all of their chemical weapons to us. for
yeah, what that
disarmament.
actually means is they're giving them back to the people that made them.
Yeah, but you know, the other thing is,
Look how long
are
it's.
we gonna have an accidental discharge of that shit when it gets here? Oops, sorry, killed 9,800 people.
Oh shit.
Well, that I don't know, and I can't
Well, look how
say enough for that.
look how long it's been since they talked about, you know, when supposedly Assad nuked his or chemicaled his own people. I've seen interviews with him one-on-one with like Morley Safer type guy, right? And to me, Assad is not stupid. It runs in his family already. You know, his dad ran that house before he did.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Yeah, and that was one psycho crazy motherfucker. Too.
Exactly, and that's why they yeah, I know, boss. I mean, Mule, I know. They tried to parallel that with the Assad that they were interviewing, but to lay the chemical thing back around now, you say they're bringing it back up again, Jay?
They're giving them to the United States. They're claiming they're giving them all to the United States for disarming. The thing I'm worried about is this going to be one of those, okay, now we got them back here in the United States, the next day, oops, they were disarming them, and it was an accidental discharge, and a shitload of people got killed.
God.
Nah, okay. I don't know.
So I guess we stopped breathing for a day or something.
As chemical weapons, all I got to do is loosen a fucking cork and let that shit fly in the wind.
Exactly.
Take it out somewhere on the west side, west coast, and fucking it'll go travel east until it's done, you know.
Well, that's thinking too much for me. I don't.
I know.
You know what? I mean, any day of the week we could be nuked, right? So once you're past that, all the rest of it's kind of gravy. You know? And those of us that grew up in the Cold War, right, all grew up thinking that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, some of us a little more than others, right? You know, some of us still had duck and cover when we which was fucking ridiculous. Dodge the nuclear radiation and don't look at the light under your desk, the metal desk that you sit under. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but you know, and up all the way up through Reagan, up to Bush 1, right, when supposedly the Cold War was over and kumbaya, peace and joy, wall came down, blah blah blah, right?
Well,
So-
with the Catholics, oh, go ahead.
Thinking about, at least for me, even, you know, any terrorist incident in the United States is never going to be. I'm numb in a way to it because I remember I grew up under the nuclear. Russia can nuke us at any time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and being born in the '60s, all you heard about was the Cuban Missile Crisis. How close we were to, you know, and Dr. Strangelove and all the rest of that bullshit.
Yeah, you know what I heard Kennedy did before he gave Russia the ultimatum? He ordered like 100 fucking pallets of Russian cigar or Cuban cigars.
Probably spent half the night, you know, keeping them moist in Maryland. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But
But hey, you know, I went to Catholic school for 8 years, man. Never had one duck and cover drill at all.
Shit, we did. We had drills when I was a kid in 72. We were still having drills in 72. I was about.
oh, yeah.
I
First
graduated 8th grade in '68. Never had one.
Damn, we
Really?
had
So
them
in
hard.
New York City, like Ronnie's saying, in like '72 and, you know, shit like that, because I was like 7, 8 years old. I remember doing them all the way up to about 10. You know, so say right after the collapse of Vietnam, we did it in New York City in Catholic school. But
Wow.
and that could have just been because, you know, maybe the, you know, head mother who runs the school was a nut job. Who the fuck knows, you know?
Nah.
We did it. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
I was too young to reason why. I was but to duck on and laugh with my friends under our desks. Even then, thinking, how futile is this? We saw the movies of Hiroshima. Fuck you. You know?
Yeah.
So it was
You know,
like,
when I saw that movie, I was staying after school, and the janitor came in and showed it. It was silent, but anyway, he showed it to the nun that was keeping me after school. They
Yeah,
never
I
showed
mean,
it to the whole school.
my Catholic school made sure we saw fucking the Nuremberg trials. How fucking creepy is that shit? You know?
Really?
That you sit, you know, a Catholic school auditorium down to watch fucking the Nuremberg trials.
Damn.
And that's not something you can sleep through, even as a kid. You know, it's like, what the fuck are you watching?
My goodness.
You know, you feel like, what's his name in Clockwork Orange, you know?
Bilbo Baggins. Yeah. The main guy you talking about?
Yeah. I don't remember his name.
Alex? My wife says Alex.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the actor's name. I've seen him in a few things lately.
Not Michael.
Yeah, Malcolm McDonald. Thank you. Thank you, Diddy.
Michael McDowell. No, Roddy McDowell. Eh?
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Roddy's dead, I think.
Yeah, Roddy was the Planet of the Apes guy.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And how green was my valley?
I hate monkeys. It's being remade.
Roddy's a little sick.
Hey, you know what's on Netflix? Doctor Strangelove.
That's
Oh,
pretty
you gotta be.
Never saw it.
Oh, great movie. Especially when he's riding down the nuclear weapon. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh.
It's amazing the things that this country used to be able to do and used to be, you know, we were free enough to talk about, you know, and not so fucking PC that everybody would cry foul, you know?
Right.
It just amazes me the shit. When you go looking at, I mean, me and the wife were talking about it yesterday because we watched this documentary on zombies, right? And they had Max Brooks on there, and we were talking about Mel, right? Because you couldn't get half of fucking Mel's movies made today.
No.
Right.
You know, Blazing Saddles made today? Oh, no fucking way.
I don't know. And, you know, I saw that documentary, too, Doc of the Dead, right?
Yeah.
Where did we watch that?
And they were saying how you can't use the N-word even no matter what. Bull crap, I call total bullshit. Have you seen Django? Django uses the N-word every other phrase.
Yeah, because it's an Afro-American, whatever you want to call them.
Well, a blaxploitation film is what it's called.
That's what I'm saying. They can call themselves like that. If you say
No,
that.
they had white people calling them that, too, in that movie.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Well,
And it's made by a white guy. The movie
They were
was.
having the white guys do it to show how racist they were,
Yeah.
right? Inherently. And, you know, the blacks do it.
Blazing Saddles was a spoof on racism in America at the time, too. I was watching that just recently with Story Notes on AMC. And they were talking about all that, you know, reasoning
Well,
behind
there's
it.
a problem there. You watched it on TV.
Right? No, I've seen it on
So.
regular too.
Yeah,
I'm just
watch
saying
it
the
on
story
Netflix.
notes. Yeah, the story notes though explained why they made it the way they did. What the whole, you know, the theme throughout is racism in America and shit like that, and how it's stupid.
Right. Well, I remember laughing at that. I still laugh at that movie. Go ahead. Sorry, Ronnie.
Gene Wilder gets along with Richard Pryor and Silver Streak.
Gene
that's a
Wilder and
Brooks.
Richard Pryor were great friends. Okay.
And I think that's a Brooks film.
Yeah.
That's the first I've ever heard about.
Silver Streak isn't a Mel Brooks movie.
Okay. It's a
Yeah,
wild.
some of my favorite movies was Stir Crazy and See No Evil, Hear No Evil.
Yeah. Wilder and
Pryor.
They did like what 3-4 movies together.
I just know those two off the top of my head. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
they were
got along.
funny. Silver Streak was one of them as well. That's 3. So
They got along though, you know. They didn't call each other the N-word, you know.
but you couldn't. Well, no, there was plenty of it in those movies. But you could talk about subjects, is what I'm saying. You could talk about, you know, adults talked about adult subjects, kids didn't, right? But you could talk about things that they could never address today. You know,
On the
Right.
same note, on the same note, think about Cannonball Run with Dom DeLuise and Burt Reynolds, and then you
Look
had
at-
Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr., and they would tell him, "Hey, you and the Chocolate Monk, get the fuck out of here."
Yeah.
All right. Look at
And-
the fucking Dukes of Hazzard. You couldn't do that show today. That, even at the
Oh,
end,
you're right.
while that show was still on the air, they were getting crap, and then they finally had to have a token black friend on it. But I mean, sporting the General Lee and the Rebel flag, try that shit now.
Yeah.
Well, didn't Mississippi, or wasn't the rebel flag, was it Mississippi or Alabama? They changed their state flag. Or they were gonna. Fuck, I don't know. I would have to look. I thought it was retarded.
I think that was Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's like, what, two? Isn't there 2 states that use the Rebel flag as part of their flag?
Well, some of them still have resemblances. They still have like 4 has the cross in it.
Mm-hmm.
The X in it, and there's like maybe it was Georgia. Georgia took it out of the field in the left corner, I think, and like a couple others have like resemblances of the X in there left over.
There's a guy a half block from me who flies a rebel flag. I can see it from my house.
Yeah. We got one down here, guys.
Nothing worse than Yankees flying a rebel flag.
We got a guy. We got a guy here.
He's got a firearm and he's on my side.
Don't worry. Yeah, you'll see me fly my rebel flag, right? Don't tread on me, no problem.
Yep.
You know, but I won't be flying. The Southern Cross. Thank you.
Hey, last night we were in a chat and Mario brought up a thing about a stained glass window with a chalice that had a green snake coming out of it,
Okay.
And he was wondering why would there be a snake in a chalice in a church, And that's it was a picture of St. John, on the feast of St. John's, December 27th and all that. Anyway, I sent it to him. But the thing is, I was going to say, that's the church's "Don't Tread on Me" window.
Right? No, but it's anyway. But I don't know. Talking those kind of specifics, especially with Catholicism, it's like, and the Catholic symbolism. Oh my God, you basically need a master's degree or spent many a year, doing your penance, doing your, Our Fathers and Hail Marys, and looking up and going, oh, that window is really cool while you're doing them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just Christian Catholic symbolism. Because the Christians don't want to be considered Catholics anymore, even though they all come from Catholicism.
This is the thing why there was a snake there, just to end it, is that St. John went to some place to, spend the night or whatever, and to preach or whatever, and somebody gave him a chalice of wine, and in that wine was poisoned. They tried to kill him, so he blessed the chalice, blessed the wine, and the poison came out of the wine in the shape of a snake.
Wow.
See, Joe, you spent way more time on your fucking knees than I did, and that's the thing. In confession, you can't confess everything.
Back the fuck up! I found this out on the computer. I didn't learn that in school.
I was gonna say, bro, that's the thing in a confessional. You got to learn exactly what you're going to confess. You never confess the felonies, right?
Little blue book.
Never confess the true venal sins.
Yeah. I like the ones they're asking here. The kids are fucking 6 years, 7 years old. Did you touch yourself in an impure manner? Did you have impure thoughts? And I look at the kid next to me. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Right. What is he talking about? I heard that.
Oh, you had one of them priests.
Well, we had those little blue books that you had to take in a confession with you, and
go through the checklist.
Did I do this? Did I do that? Did I do this?
I got 2 number 47s, a 72, and about 3 65s. So
and a 12 and a half.
You like some fries with that?
Yeah.
You know the whole scheme behind confession. You know what that was?
What?
For the church to find out what was going on in the town.
Yep.
All it was. Just like eating meat on or don't eat meat on Friday, eat fish. That was so that the fishermen could make more money.
Well, see, the people didn't know any better, too, because they weren't allowed to read the Bible. And in the Bible, it actually says take your sins to God, not the person who's supposedly taking the place of Jesus while he's up in heaven. But that's why it was called the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
True. But it did keep the book around long enough for somebody to translate it into where other people could read it.
Yeah.
Right. So, and it is, I don't care, like I said, history bears it out that the Catholic Church is what kept Christianity alive through a long period of time before offshoots came after Martin Luther. So,
yeah, because we killed anybody that dissed it, man. You don't be dishing on Christianity, it will kill you.
Well, we do the same thing here in America. Don't diss on America. We're going to bomb your ass back to the fucking Stone Age, come say we're going to rebuild it, and leave you half
Unless you're in Mexico, then come on in and celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, it was also called the Dark Ages because back then the cobblestone streets were black from everybody tossing their loose, greasy stool out the window by the buckets full.
Thanks, bro. You got
way to class up the joint, bro.
Yep.
How are we supposed to get out of here?
I think on that note, we're going to call this a do. I never truly crashed the Dragon before, but no, I'm only fucking around, Joe. But
I was going to say, G's not going to shut this one down tonight.
I'm going to walk down the street.
Yeah, and for anybody who cares, that's what happened. The last chat was G shut it down, and I was just so fucking tired, I went to bed.
Right?
Like, fuck it, I'm going to bed.
G's spending the next 2 hours on Google Plus apologizing up one side and down the other.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He didn't need to, man. Shit happens.
Right.
Fuck. This is, come on, people out there in YouTube land who watch us. We've been going, we're heading towards our year mark, right? Of doing this 3 days a fucking week or more, if need be. Right? So you got to cut us a little slack when shit goes wrong once in a while. Fuck.
People are like waiting for the Dragon to come on, man. It's like, and if anything goes wrong, you're freaking out, man. It's like if your cable's down. It's got to be the same thing for some of them, anyway. I'm not saying everybody, but it's got to be like the same thing for some of them. Kind of like American Idol, if football ran a little too long. You know what I mean?
Okay, I guess.
I think we're getting way too ahead of ourselves on that.
Yeah, right.
Hey, I just got
you know what? Stinger's ego needs to be fed, so.
Oh, that's what it is.
I just got a message from my buddy Prelude, and he said that it was Mississippi that they voted down changing the Mississippi flag. They still fly the rebel flag.
Good for them.
Oh, okay, cool.
And I hope the Redskins stay the Redskins.
Mule, a link in the side chats for you from Chris.
Oh, is that the
World Star video, huh? Uh-oh. That's never good.
I think it's
Apple app.
Yeah.
It'll be a fight.
No, I just know anytime I go to World Star, it's always like, wow, really? Anyway. Oh, fuck. You know what? I don't even know. We're getting into hot days of summer. All kinds of crazy shit can go down with all kinds of crap. But for us, right now, it's still, and right now it really is, even though I'm broke as a joke, a buyer's market.
Hey, shut up. You might be broke as a joke, but it's only because you just bought something from the buyer's market, you bastard.
Yes. Sure.
Oh, I don't have any money. I spent it all on this new gun and all the fun stuff to go with it.
No, I would have liked to pick up some other things, but anyway.
We all would.
Right? But it really is. You know what? I mean, seriously, I'm looking at prices right now, and hopefully they'll hold all summer so everybody can work up and get their stuff, because you know that November 5th, right, because the 4th is Tuesday, So November 5th, something's going to happen. They're going to start rolling out the plan they've had all along. Because I don't even really believe they think Hillary's going to get in unless they totally fucking do something. If it's martial law or some bullshit. I can't imagine even they think it. With the kind of reaction she's getting out there in the public, with all the fucking shit she's talking about.
She's getting a negative reaction?
Yeah, she is. You don't see it in the mainstream press, but if you go reading some of the comments under the mainstream press, you will see she's getting a negative reaction even from liberals.
Did you see that article where she had a speaking fee down at UNLV, University of Not a Lot of Victories, and
funny guy.
Students called her out, saying you need to return that because it was just it was like $225,000.
Yeah. And and more and more stories more and more things keep coming out, like the fact that she defended a rapist against a child and belittled the child and blah blah blah. The fact that she got kicked out of the Nixon fucking impeachment hearings because she was a liar and she was, falsifying information, right? And that's resurfacing. And then all this speaker fee bullshit and the stuff about how she's broke as a joke, yet her kid, right? And just the nepotism that's being seen, right?
Oh yeah.
So people are seeing it. People are seeing the fact that Chelsea Clinton makes $900,000 for spending 10 minutes on air as working for MSNBC.
They let her on air?
Yeah, for 10 minutes she was on air, and she's 2 years into the contract of making $600,000 a year, and she's 18 months into the contract. So she's made $900,000 so far for doing nothing, for being Chelsea.
I thought I thought she just stayed at home and ate a little bit.
So, what's up, Tony? How is Callie?
Fucking burned right now.
Hey, you made it back alive.
Yeah, I'm fucking burned right now.
All the boys in Cali are going to be sad that you didn't tell them where you were at. Get to see you.
Shit, everybody's down south of where I was. Ain't nobody live in Los Angeles except for Warrior, but Warrior dropped out, right?
Yeah.
Dropped out of the limelight.
Yeah, he's going dark already. Way ahead of the rest of us.
It was fucking nice out there, man. It was, I stayed in the ghetto, too, so it was pretty cool.
So you were safe because there were guns around.
Hell yeah.
Illegal guns.
I don't question legal, illegal anymore in guns. If they're going to stop questioning legal, illegal in citizenship, why should we question legal or illegal in guns?
Really? Good point.
There you go.
Yeah, my gun is undocumented, that's all. Just like that.
There's actually a T-shirt, I think, that says that my firearms are undocumented. They're not illegal, they're undocumented.
Oh, right.
Something going around like that.
I just found a meme about it yesterday or the day before, and I've been posting it on Google.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
There's a gun show coming up.
The plate carrier.
I see it too.
HTP. Got your state flag on there. I wouldn't want to rep Illinois, though. That's the only problem.
Yeah, I've continued to fit it. Just haven't got it down exactly.
Well, as far as home states go, I couldn't rep either one of the ones I've lived the longest in. Because one's New York and one's Illinois, and it's like, people are going to shoot me.
So what's
Empire State?
the Empire Strikes Back state.
Yeah.
What's up with? I haven't really seen much on it, but I guess the Connecticut deadline has to get the amnesty for the amnesty of registering your firearms. Anybody hear any more about that?
No, I haven't heard shit.
There was an article this week about that I read.
300 million.
Yeah.
Or 300,000, they're saying.
Yeah, they are going to be felons now because they didn't. And so that
Yeah, they
they're
were originally. They
felons.
gave them like another amnesty, and they still didn't do it.
Yeah, yeah, supposedly that they're counting their inaction as amnesty, right? So then supposedly they're going to be charging people with felonies, and being if you bought a gun from an FFL dealer, right? They know where you live, so they know who you are, because even though their state police was supposed to dump the NIC checks like everybody else's, do they ever? You know, this is where the ridiculousness comes from with the IRS saying we lost all your information. We lost all this information. You know, because no, they just don't want to give it to Congress.
Yeah.
Right. So whatever else they scream, you know that they've been keeping NIC checks forever. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's on fucking computer. You're screwed. Back to when they set up the system. So, anyway, but yeah, I don't know, and we don't have anybody from the East Coast anymore, really, that can clue us in much. You know, everybody who's usually an East Coaster is a winter guy because they work during the summer, right?
Yeah, we got Mario, but he's in Rhode Island.
Yeah, Mario's back there, but I like Mario, I do, but I'm not going to call him the sharpest tool in the shed.
How far is that from Connecticut?
I'm not going to ask him to do research. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I like the dude, but, you know, I'm not going to ask him to do something I don't know if he's capable of doing.
Who are you talking about?
Mario. Yes,
Mario?
he can. I don't care. Dystopian can come in here, of course.
Mario's got an uphill battle in his own house, for crying out loud.
Yeah, so, you know, trying to get him to find out what's going on in Connecticut, and he lives in fucking Rhode Island, which is even worse. So, which amazes me how the birthplace of the revolution, the East Coast, right? The original 13, let's say.
Father celebrating the 4th of July is hilarious.
I know, and they're all, you know, fucking worse off than they would have been if they were still under the king. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Definitely.
So yeah, I'll tell you, the 4th of July is just leaving kind of a bad taste in my mouth these days. And even last year it did. Maybe it was starting to, but it, you know, I don't know, and I hate saying that, you know, I really do, because love of country was something that carried me through many a hard time when I was a young man. And would sit and read stuff from people like Paine and Madison and Jefferson and, you know.
We'll make the best out of it, Neil.
Huh?
We'll make the best out of it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll either come out. Who knows what's going to happen? I know it's change. We're going to be doing a lot of changing in this whole world here soon.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's already happened.
So anybody get out shooting this weekend?
Nope.
I didn't.
Negative.
I'm waiting for my inventory to be returned to me by the sheriff.
Uh-oh.
Well, the pawn shop too. I guess I don't know what the chain of command is, but I'm gonna have to figure it out in the next week or so, because they haven't given me my inventory back, and they haven't given me credit on my paid inventory, so to speak. You know, I paid for it, it's gone. So, but it was a firearm to me, but they took it under nation because supposedly it's come from a pawn shop, you know. So I'm waiting on my inventory.
But if it all goes to crap, man.
Well, I've been down the inventory road before with the police, and it don't work out well usually.
Never does.
Lord, do I know.
Never does.
Officers no more. It's law enforcement. Very, very simple, but they use discretion.
Well, time for me to do a quick shout out. room. We got some new people in there. So let me start off with clearing up the spam. Always helps.
That when the zombie apocalypse hits, they won't be worried about that. They just want as many human beings with, armed as possible to keep the human race alive.
Brains. All right, E. Kenny and Linda are out there. What's up, E. Kenny? How you doing, Linda? Third op, I sent you a couple of links if you ever want to come in, but laying down some prayers. NWI's out there, Dystopian, they're in here too. Mr. Tommy Boy, what's up? Southern Style, how you doing? QC Hemp, Chapel of 12 Apostles, I'll check that one out. Galanas Vilkas, how you doing? He said South Carolina went to the Palmetto flag. So that was from a little bit ago, but cool, good to know. Did they have the Southern Battle flag on their flag? Agent Chaos is out there. What's up, Agent? Lord Gator, Jason Brumfeld. Satolo Nation Warrior, how you doing, Satolo? How you doing? 10-round Patriot, Gator'd Red, P NASCAR's, Comeback 77 Kid, Mindy Patriot Angel. I'm looking to see if my wife's on here. I'm going all the way, baby. Flint Happer, she yelled at me the last time when I didn't shout her out. So it's like, you didn't even see I put it on there. I'm like, uh-oh. So from now on,
give her a shout out.
All the way to the bottom.
Go the hallway.
Android. High Desert Pioneer, Riddle Girl, Chad Lily, Hadley, Try and Cook This, G, Ronnie.
Just call me Blackout G.
Alright.
Well, we were talking about how you caused the blackout last chat.
Just call me Blackout G.
Mule. And
Lance Kazed, I didn't cause the Mike Niswander. Hold on, I'm almost to the end. Optimus Android, alright, I'm at the end.
Neil's going deep. Going deep, baby, going deep.
Yeah, I went all the way to the beginning.
I
have to apologize. I didn't get a chance to earlier, but I apologize for the listeners and the people who are on here. My bad.
Dude, it's all good.
Yeah, gee, we already covered for you. Mule told him to suck it up.
I appreciate it.
I just got some good news tonight.
Oh, shit. Good news.
Good deal.
That's good.
I won't be giving away my location, but we recently got rid of the blue laws, and they're fixing to put in a liquor store and a gun range in town.
Nice. There you go.
Yeehaw! Now everybody gets to get
drunk. Remember, you want to visit the gun range first, then the liquor store.
Welcome to the real world, Welcome to the real world.
It's the other way around, and that ain't right.
Is that right?
Unless you're just buying the liquor. Now, if you're drinking it, then it messes it up. Spoils it for everybody else. That's good news to me. I need more practice.
Yeah.
I need all the damn practice I can get.
We've got a new mayor here in my town. He got elected this past couple months ago or so, and he replaced the mayor that was in office for 64 years.
64 years.
Yeah, he was the longest running. I know we have the oldest Masonic lodge in this town, but I think we have the longest serving mayor in the country at the time.
I hope I'm alive for 64 years.
Yeah, his name's Mayor John Land.
Was it Ken to Strom Thurmond?
No, but it was either 64 or 67 years. But,
was he straight or was he dirty?
No, he's straight. Good old boy thing. But the new mayor has raised our dry city. He's proposing a 12 o'clock start serving time Sunday at noon. So that's what our new mayor has done. And he's also going to, I think he's going to eliminate our red light cameras.
What's going on with those warning shots in Florida?
Around where I live, G, especially this time of year, I don't know if they're. I hear shots all the time, but this time of year, I don't know if they're fireworks or.
Because I heard they passed the law for.
Fresh from the farm.
I heard they passed the law for warning shots.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about do I do it? You think I have to post it first? Because mine's posted. But I wish.
Remember what Girk and I remember we were on the chat earlier with my boy Girk. Remember Girk was talking about that, BG?
I didn't hear it.
I just got an idea. Now that y'all got that law,
right?
You just hang one out the back window there and rip off a clip or two and say I was firing a warning shot at the jihadists and the North Koreans on the 4th of July. It's my fireworks.
There it is.
I wonder if that would flop. Not. I don't know.
On my fireworks, I use an empty Sobe tea glass bottle, not the Arizona, but the Sobe.
Yeah.
Glass for the bottles and the Romans. I don't hold a Roman in my hand. I don't get stupid like that. But last year I was firing off in my driveway, and in Florida, I think I've said it before, but it's legal to buy, but not. No, it's legal to sell, but not. And when you buy, you have to sign off a waiver that you're using them for agricultural purposes only.
Right.
Because they call it a report. When a firework explodes, it's called a report.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're using them to report against birds.
Yeah, you run off blackbirds and stuff with that.
But they make us sign off on it, and I was firing them off in my Sobe bottle last year, and actually the municipality, he was all over me. He was at the end of the drive before I saw him. I'm sure he saw me shooting them off, of course. But he gave me a break, man, and I was buzzed. I was buzzed out my mind. I mean, I was blasted. I drink when I light a cigar, and I drink, and I light fireworks. That's how I go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need a big fire.
You guys want those little laser pointer flashlight things you can get at the dollar store?
Yeah.
I've got like 3 boxes of M70s still from when I was up in Wyoming last. I'm going to take mine to the fucking city park, and when the cops go by, I'm going to laser point them and have one of the kids light the fuse.
Oh, my. DJs. I want to hear his ass in the fucking papers.
I know one time I had 3 cops hit the deck with one of them lasers.
Oh, hell. I got. Oh, talk about what that. Oh, that was not good. When I found out it was a laser pointer, I was ready to put his ass.
I just checked several different ways, and I can't find any updates on the Connecticut situation.
But on the warning shot, the last time I had my home invasion here, they told me what to do. That way I don't have to warn anymore. Right. On that was an old situation, so I'm going to have to look into that because I hadn't heard that yet, G.
I think that's what, I'm not 100% either. I think that's what BG was telling us.
Well, I posted what I was told to post around here, like signage. My insurance company, it's an agricultural, and it's called Farm Bureau.
Right.
And everywhere that you have a no trespassing sign, that sign is actually insured. That if the person comes on and whatever, you make a report or whatever, the insurance company will actually pay you for them crossing that premise. And if it's posted, I know on no trespassing, you don't have to give a warning. And that being said, that means to me in this state that I don't have to say, hey, get the hell out of here. If I drop a dime and call a cop, they can come and arrest them on the spot because it's already posted. So putting that thing about the warning shot, I hope it comes. I'm going to look into it because I don't need to ask anymore either. I've been, the trespassing thing works good because I've got those signs posted and I don't have to ask questions anymore. If they're here, they're trespassing automatically because it's posted, right?
Right.
But the warning shot would be good too, because Stand Your Ground down here, even after Zimmerman, it's still got, I think out of the past 15 people, only 8 have been exonerated.
I'm all for good castle doctrine. You shouldn't be messing around on other people's property. Just plain
Well, I
simple.
know, but I've had to learn the ins and outs in it by default. I've had threats and I've had home invasions and stuff, so I've sort of learned the curves on it. But if I've already got it posted on the no trespassing and this thing comes to fruition about the warning shots, I'll be a happy camper, to be honest with you.
I was just speaking to anybody that commits crime or is thinking about it. You got no business on somebody else's property.
Exactly.
And this is just, I don't like the warning shot thing. I can understand it, but I don't like it because the only warning shot should be the 2 to the fucking chest. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
dealing with
I understand most people, you know what, they can't. The dangerous thing about warning shots is you're not knowing where those bullets are going, right? Because when you tell people they can fire a warning shot, what are they going to do? Put 2 in the air above their head? Well, then he kills a kid fucking half a mile down the road, sleeping in their bed. You know, that bothers me, right? Because we're supposed to know, one of the first rules of firearm safety is to know what's behind your target. You know what I mean?
I didn't know what it was, Mule. I don't know if what he mentioned is that we can give one out or we don't have to give one out is what I.
Oh no, that you can. That it's not. Well, see, that's the thing is before people were getting arrested for firing warning shots rather than just killing a motherfucker.
Yeah, calling it an unlawful discharge or something.
Right. And now what they're saying is you have the ability to scare somebody rather than just defend yourself with the firearm.
Yeah,
but that's going to lead into a lot of trouble because if you don't know what's behind that area you're firing, I mean, if you're firing dead into the dirt, even then the ricochet is going to be a dangerous thing, right? So unless you're firing into some place that you know is safe behind them, it's not safe. If you're in an apartment building, if you're in the street, wherever the hell you are, if you're just blindly firing somewhere to scare somebody, like they do in the movies, you know, shit that goes up comes down.
I think
that ain't cool.
What I'd like to see, though not mandatory, you know, but what I'd like to see is people to volunteer and have volunteer for and have universal gun safety, where everybody learns and everybody gets refresher courses.
Well, remember that shit
do it as a responsible person.
At a very young age. I mean, we've all seen that life from the 50s, right? When in like a second, third grade class, they come in and do firearm safety with all the kids. Right? They did it because they understood that there's guns in our country. That's like driving a car. You need to learn how to do it safely, whether you're going to do it or not. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Well,
So it's a responsibility if you're going to be.
I don't believe anything should be forced on anybody, but I really would like to see it offered, and I really would like for people to, consider it and get their butts over into it and learn something about it because. I mean, it's like a knife. If you don't know which side of the knife cuts, the knife cuts, then the knife is more of a danger to you. If you know
the problem is you can't fix stupid, though.
Yeah,
you can't fix stupid, man. Some people are, like when I got a firearm, it's not required for me to have training here in order to conceal carry, open carry, however I want. It's constitutional carry, right? I get a gun, I put it on however I want, and it's my responsibility what I do with it after that. Now, I went out and I trained, and I went to the local place. I didn't have any professional training, but I, watched a lot of videos. I talked to the gun range officers there, and I learned enough to where I was safe almost immediately, right? But that's on me. A lot of people don't. A lot of people, even here in Arizona, will go out there and shoot their guns up in the air every 4th of July, even. And if you're going to shoot a gun up in the air, there's only one round that should ever go up in the air, and that's birdshot, and it really shouldn't even be that. But, it's just those people are stupid. Yeah, they have all the same, they could have done the same shit I did, but they just choose not to. They could even they could be mandated to go to these gun safety classes, and they still aren't going to be safe, usually. So
I'll tell you what works better than that from what I've seen. Give somebody a I don't know, a discount on their driver's license renewal if they take a course?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. They all sound like good possibilities, but I mean, you can fix stupid though.
Done.
Stinger. It takes duct tape and a bullet to the back of the head, and that fixes stupid about as complete as you can.
Now, there is one gun store around here that I don't really go to. They have their own indoor range. I don't really go there because it's kind of far away. But if you buy a firearm worth over $500, you get free training, one free class.
That's awesome.
So if more gun stores would offer that with a certain purchase over a certain amount or whatever you want to call it, yeah, that'd be great.
That's a good
There are
idea.
a lot of people that still won't do it. You know?
Nothing.
That's a good idea, Sting.
I
Like
think
your
so.
local gun stores.
Butter them up a little bit, you know. Give them one free box of range ammunition, but they have to use it on the range.
They should do that anyway.
They should.
You got at least you buying a gun over there, you can test it. You know, at least hey, you got a new gun. There you go. Why don't you try it?
Yeah, that same gun store rents out the guns that you can go in there and you can shoot them a few times, see which one you like. It's a little expensive to rent their guns, and you have to shoot their ammo, and of course it's their range time. It's like $21 an hour, and you have to buy an hour, you know, minimum. So then they're expensive reloads. It ain't cheap to go that place. That's why I usually don't.
You said it's $21 an hour to rent, Sting?
$21 an hour to shoot at their range.
Wow.
I think it's like $50 to rent one of their guns.
Oh,
so you're paying
$50.
So you're going to pay $50 to rent their gun. You're going to have to buy their ammo, which is going to be, you know, at least $20 a box, depending on what you're shooting.
For a reload.
You fucking eat a dick for $50.
Right, it's expensive. That's why I don't usually go there. You know what I mean?
Well, you can tell, and by that you can tell what neighborhood it's in. Right? It's not in the poor side of town.
No, it's in Mesa, which is up there. It's not Scottsdale, but it's Scottsdale's gun club is even worse. I went there to shoot that Tommy gun, right? That Tommy gun.
Yeah.
What was it? Over $100 an hour for the rental.
$100 an hour.
Wait.
A lot of money.
$45 an hour for the gun. Okay, $45 an hour for the gun. $45 a magazine, and they didn't give. It was the Tommy gun, right? They didn't give you the drum. It was a 20-round stick.
Oh, the stick.
And it's $45 a mag.
A mag.
Raw full mag.
Right. It was their mag, their ammo, right? So you get the 45 for the gun. I think there was still a range fee because we spent over $100 that day. 45 for the gun, 45 probably for the, I don't know how much, $30 maybe. No, 35 an hour per person. We had 2 people.
That one mag's gonna last you about 4 or 5 seconds.
It's not as if the Thompson is a fragile gun. They're the AK of submachine guns.
Right, and they had every machine gun there that you could rent. Right, it's all about the same price. But and of course the range officer has to stand next to you the whole time, make sure you're playing it safe.
Oh God!
He didn't have to stand there very long. I only had 80 rounds, and I went through pretty quick. But the video is way back on my channel if you're ever interested in seeing me shoot a Tommy.
You know, that just takes the fun out of shooting, man. That just takes the fun out of it. You know,
Yeah,
I would rather just do.
Let me hold your balls while you shoot this.
Yeah,
Well, see, there's that place, right, in Scottsdale, but then there's that other guy that I had work on my gun originally, and he has those outdoor shoots where I got to play with suppressors, I got to play with fully automatics, I got the fully automatic crank. I could have shot a 50 BMG that was suppressed if I wanted to, $5 a shot, because unless you bring your own ammo for it, you know.
$5 a shot?
No, 5 for 3 apparently. I thought it was
Hey,
5
that's
for
better than $100 for a Tommy gun.
But all of that stuff was free as long as you brought your own ammo. Like the crink, it was just like going to a range with Mule. Hey, buddy, can I shoot that? Hell yeah. It was the same fucking environment except for, supply your own ammo, which I had plenty of ammo at the time.
Yeah, I dig that.
Right. Out came the AK ammo. Oh, yeah. I got plenty of that, and it's cheap. Oh, yeah.
That's why it's always best, like Mio said, go to your friend's house, go to some private property, get some reacting targets, do your thing,
I wish I had private property. I wish I got one.
But that's a hard thing to do, is to find property, because Like me will tell you, 1 week it's good, and then next week it's rocky.
Well, here it's usually good, except for 3 months where they shut down pretty much all the public land. But oh man, that crank was so much fun. It was an underfolder, and it's fully automatic. Oh man, the only thing that pissed me off is it wouldn't fit my drum. It was kind of like mules. AK is kind of picky.
Right.
Yeah. But,
and that's another
drums,
thing. Not everyone's
has to be fit. They're never exact, right? There's always something.
Everything is fit my AK.
Not everyone's lucky like Stinger. They can go to the fucking range and shoot 300 yards.
Do the same thing to $7
a day. $7 a day, and you can shoot up to what, 300 yards thing?
Yeah, $300. I'm sorry, $7 a day, 300 yards. Yeah, the steel targets out to that range though.
That's the fucking ticket. Now, do they have rentals as well?
Drunk chat.
There's 2 different range areas, and the one I shoot at, I don't think they do.
Right.
I don't know about the other one.
But you can bring your own ammo. You don't have to shoot their ammo, correct?
That's right.
Well, plus you guys got BLM land, right? The public lands, right?
Yeah.
That you can just drive out to, stop your car, and start shooting at shit as long as you know what the hell your backstop is.
It's just a little bit farther out for those, so I usually pop for the $7 because I don't want to travel that far.
Do you have to shoot brass there?
No, you can shoot whatever you want as long as you pick it up.
All these fucking ranges here, like I told you guys before, we were talking about that. The backstops and what you can use, and here it's fucking brass only.
Yeah,
they collect that brass, reload it, and sell the dang ammunition back to you.
Yeah, our range even, I've had some experiences at our range that I go to for $7 a day. They do sell their brass, and they get on, if you don't pick it up, they will sweep it up if you're not careful. You got to let them know, no, I want that, right? Over at Scottsdale's Gun Club, not only are you shooting their ammo with that Tommy gun, right, but anything that falls forward of the bench, you can't go get, and they're hoping that it all falls forward because they didn't even want me picking it up, when I was behind the bench, and I was like, fuck that, I just paid $40 a mag, I'm picking up my own goddamn
Dude,
brass.
is that military thing? What's up with that place, dude?
Right, and I'm angling it I'm angling every shot so it hits, so it comes back in the bus,
Sounds like you're at the fucking Pentagon, dude.
No, Scottsdale's Gun Club is very upper echelon, and they were actually the place that got in trouble for the whole Fast and Furious. They were one of the main ones that were supplying guns.
I'd drive them nuts. I'd be there with one of those little plunger things that has the claw on the end of it, like you pick stuff up out of a drain
like
with it.
Hungry hippo, right?
Right. That's my saying.
You can shoot with a 5-gallon bucket. You attach with some duct tape on the side of the ejection port. You can collect all the brush. See?
Well, you can buy a brass catcher,
Yeah, or buy one of those. No, just joking about the bucket, of course.
I just don't go there very often. I went there because my wife did it for Father's Day a couple years back, and it was my Father's Day present to get to shoot a Tommy. And damn, I love that woman for that.
That's a nice present.
About 2,000 rounds of 45 brass would fill a 5-gallon bucket, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, well.
I'm just surprised places like that Stinger's talking about even fucking make money. Like, how stupid can you be to? You
gotta think about that. They got some gun that nobody can shoot. Like when we were in Indiana, how much we paid that time, Indianapolis.
I mean, I shoot my backyard all the 22s.
Indiana, we paid $80 and we shoot. How much was that? A box of ammo each? Not even. Yeah, I think the first time I ever shoot, over here in the cave was in Indianapolis. There is a famous gun shop, really famous. It's on TV and everything. The Pawn Shop Gun Shop. There's a guy's in all the commercials, something like that. Anyway, went over there. Sorry?
Hardcore Pawn, is it, or something like that? Or
no, that's in Detroit.
No. But anyhow, we went over there. We shoot box of ammo each, I think, or not even, and we rent an AK. I think they charge us $80 for both of us.
Yeah, see, I made that mistake with the Scottsdale. Well, my wife did it, and I'm not going to call it a mistake, right? Because that was awesome. But that was way before we knew about these events that happened out in the desert. Now that we're a little bit more knowing what's going on around the area, yeah, we look for those events around the area, and they're always going except for 3 months out of the year.
I think
pretty much you can go shoot anything full auto if you want.
Yeah, there was a guy at one of the Rifle Dynamics classes. I think maybe it was Jim. They were giving a certain amount of 7.62 by 54 R for $50, and you can shoot a PKM a machine gun. I'm like, they'll spend $50, even if it's 20 rounds. I don't give a shit. A full auto PKM, you know, they don't have the chance to shoot every day. You know what I mean?
Hey, how about I buy your ammo and bring my own spam can?
See, you know what I mean? That's an you know, that's like, okay. In that case, you know, maybe it's one gun that you never find. You know what I mean? One of the few. Or if anybody has a crink like UT-74, invite me over there. I'm like, with all the stuff he has, you know what I mean? Or
Oh yeah.
Spencer is friend has a license now, so he
Well,
can.
we're one pin and 2 parts away from, you know,
Yeah.
having those toys ourselves. Make sure you have them, okay? And in most American ones, you need to change your bolt out to a full auto bolt or get it re-welded so it'll activate.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're a couple of pins away in that department.
Maybe we save more ammo. We don't need a full, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna hopefully get to play with a another bump ski one of these days.
Yeah. I don't know. That would be another option. I never used one, but.
Oh, dude, that thing was fun as fuck. I cannot tell you. And I only got 30 rounds out of it. And it was in that just second of everything traveling down range. Fun as hell.
Mio and Sting, do you guys like the AKs with the Magpul stocks?
Man.
Don't ask me because I don't have a Magpul stock on an AK.
If you put sorry, it was Mule first. Sorry about that.
No,
either one of you three here, because I know you guys have the AKs, and I was wondering.
If I will put a different stock than the issue one, if I have to go for an M4 stock, at least I use a stock adapter. The one for an M4. At least I can.
At least what, Breeze? I didn't hear you.
If I have to put an M4 stock and an AK, at least I'll use the. I'd probably rather to buy also the Rifle Dynamic stock adapter, the one you rise your cheek a little bit.
Yeah, I like the.
That one.
There's a Magpul. I think it's called the ACSL. I have. It's pretty nice. I like it.
I like the new as a stock. I like the how they call it, Mission First stocks. They're nice.
Which ones?
Mission First Tactical. They make some interesting designs. It's not like it's nothing different than normal. It's like look like a big L shape.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I've seen the Archangel stock for the AK. Same company make those stock for the Mosin Nagant and for the Mini Ruger. They start making a stock for the. They looks very nice. There is an article
Who
on.
just left? I'm about to join them. Oh, that was HDP.
It was dystopian, I thought.
Oh, dystopian.
Talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about Magpul stocks on there.
No, I know what you're talking about. Mule's talking about the people leaving.
Yeah, I'm about to pay all the Archangel stock for an AK.
I don't know.
If I went M4, I'd have to go with an M4 side folder. So.
I don't know. I saw the article seems to be interesting the way it's designed. You know what I mean?
Mio, you put that picture up the other day, Knucklehead, with the AK with a nice Magpul.
Yeah, with an M4 side folder done by Bone Steel Arms.
I think it looked fucking sick, Mio.
I like the AK stock. I just love the AK look. So
Which AK stock do you like?
The one I have, brother.
Yeah.
He likes the underfolder.
Yeah, I like the one that
That's
Mio
the beauty
has.
of the design is you can compact it. That stock doesn't have to stay permanently attached, right? It can be an underfolder, a side folder, or even a pistol, right? Not like the M4s. So if you like the M4 style stock, I'm cool with it. But why do you have to lock that length of gun when you can have a side folder that when you need rifle size, you got it. But when you don't, getting in and out of vehicles, rounded corners, stuff like that, then you can go as small as possible.
That's the beauty of the That's one of the beauties of the AK is over the AR is that you don't have to have a permanently affixed buffer tube or whatever.
Exactly.
You got a lot more options in that area with an AK than you do with an M4.
Yeah, so that's why I wouldn't lock myself into an M4 style stock, even though I like Fuller, you know, and I'm glad he's making something that appeals to people, but it just doesn't appeal to me.
That's why.
Yeah, I agree, Mio. I agree that
That's why.
comment you said that you can just fold it It's compact. That's what an AK was designed, not a M4 stock where you sitting there trying to shoot 300-400 yards, worrying about a cheek.
But no, I mean, you know what? But if you put one on, like I said, that is on a side folding something or other, I think it's a great marriage of the both because it does give you the option of length of pull.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
You know, and that's one of the things about the AK that to me is a detriment is the fact that short ass length of pull on the original stocks. That's why mine went by. You know.
Yeah, because I'm 6'5", long arms. I don't know how that would feel for me.
A side folder also, the 74 side folder is kind of interesting, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That would probably feel like a little water
Not all
gun.
of them are equal. Some are better than others.
Yeah, and I agree. Some are better than
Solid, you know. If you can fold the stock out and crack a hood with it, that's what I'm looking for. Something sturdy.
And that's why I said Bowen Steel because that's a company I've actually dealt with, and I know their shit's rock solid, just the way it goes into the rear trunnion and the mechanism, the way it's made, and they make one that takes an M4 stock, right? And it even has a little bit of an offset in case you have the side-mounted optics on there.
Does the Ace make one folding too? I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe.
Yeah, Ace makes one too. And Bowen Steel works with U.S. Machine Gun and CNC Warrior.
Yeah.
Those three companies all kind of work together in a way.
It'd be really cool as if Magpul made a replacement underfolder stock for the AK.
Yeah, that would
know?
Yeah,
that'd
be kind of cool.
Yeah, I know that
How would they do that though? I mean, you need that kind of steel to ride. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you could still have it mostly steel, but wrapped in polymer, man, or whatever.
I know there is a kit for remove the underfolder one made by Ace. You remove the underfolder stock and put a full size stock. It doesn't make any sense. Actually, last time we were shooting it, I was like, you know what? I don't mind it.
Maybe that's good for somebody who got stuck with an underfolder who didn't want one. But I mean, if you're going out to buy an AK, you should know what you want. You should try them all out.
Absolutely.
Well, Breeze has got all three, right? I mean, in one variant or another, he's got a wire side folder and underfolder, right, Breeze?
Yeah, that's gone. The wire folder is gone. It's part of the new project.
And then, he also has a 74 and then a new project coming in.
Yeah.
But
you bastard.
No kids. No kids.
Right?
When you got no kids, you get to buy all the toys. Right?
Oh, fuck
Kid forever.
You guys need to get busy or something.
Right. Katie said, no mas, I like toys.
You're making me jealous.
I probably have to say my least favorite thing is the telescope and your AR stock. Those things are a bent cube waiting to happen. All that plastic, come on.
I mean, the wire stock was cool because my one was the one with the Chica, whatever you want to call it, adapter made by Texan, whatever the company. Anyway, it was like a other piece they were add on the top, but I wasn't really liking that much. And since it's one of each, so I'll take the underfolder. So I told them my wife prefer a regular stock, so I pretty much took the old school wood stock, you know what I mean, like old school, and I paint the same pattern of the rifle, so now match perfectly. So
right.
I don't mind the regular issue stock for the AK, you know what I mean? It's fine, you know what I mean? That's what it's supposed to be made for. Sure enough, there are better stock. Like I said, if you put in a rail system and everything, now it's not an AK anymore. So I might see the point of putting an AR stock on that because, you have a rail, you put a vertical grip, it's not an AK anymore, pretty much. You're changing, making all modern looking, you know what I'm saying? Well,
but it's still an AK. I mean, that's like saying, if you change anything on an AR, it's not the AR anymore, right? Because what's the original Vietnam issue M16, right? Looks way different than what an M4 looks like.
Absolutely.
And it's just been upgraded. Same with the AK to me. But another thing about the AK is it's still a rifle, right? I like my bayonet lugs on it, and I like my stock to be able to smash somebody's head in.
Absolutely. No,
Yeah,
what I'm
as long as that's pretty, then it's not gonna break on you when you need that extended shot.
Yeah.
Right.
I won't go for something different than let's, you know what I mean, the standard what's the company make AR stocks? No, Magpul, maybe let's see the issue one, like Troy, something like that.
Like the B5s.
Yeah, I won't go for something like that. If I have to change the stock AR style or with the IR buffer tube adapter, whatever, I will go for something newer. That's why I said mission first. because the way it looks is really kind of interesting, something new. So it's not an AR style stock. It's something different. You know what I mean?
Right.
So put a pure AR stock like the Magpul one. Nah, I don't know about that.
Well, I just know it would have to stand up to
Got them on shotguns. Got them on
beating.
laser guns. They got them in 22 kits where you can have that telescoping tube bull crap. I mean, I would much rather have reinforced polymer in a solid piece.
I really don't even like polymer stocks, to be perfectly honest about it.
I do. I'm guilty. I do.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, wood or metal, okay, I'm good with. That's why underfolder, original stock, or Galil style side folder. Not the Tapco plastic bullshit, but something with real goddamn metal in it. Why?
Right.
Because I want it solid enough to crush a skull.
Yeah, but the new polymer mules, fucking, you can crack someone's fucking head open with those.
But
new
you don't
polymers.
have that kind of metal weight behind it. You
No,
know what I mean?
you don't got the weight, but you can still get the job done. Those fucking
Yeah, but
polymers,
it's
dude, are
different.
hard as shit.
It's real different. You can make a 90% polymer AR, right? And you're swinging around this 3-pound gun. And what does it feel like when you're swinging around some 3 pounds worth of weight? Doesn't feel like shit,
Right.
That's like swinging around some kitty
Like a toy.
cheerleader baton,
Right.
But
Yeah, I
you
got
take a 7 to 10 pound rifle and you go swinging it around, and there's some mass behind that.
My AR is 9.5 with the Magpul.
It's
stock.
not just the strength of the metal; it's also there's mass behind it.
Yeah.
And if you bend, you can beat somebody to death with the underfolder. Okay, that underfolder in and of itself is a weapon. Okay, it cuts its operator. Right? It isn't even nice to the fucking operator. Right?
I put a link on the stock, buddy.
Well, I feel what you're saying.
Beat somebody. You could actually bend that thing, beating somebody to death with it.
Right.
Change the magazine and still fire it with it bent.
When you're swinging it, you know what the fuck you got.
Yeah.
I got you.
That's all I'm saying. You know.
But I'm
And
just
that's
saying
just
the
my
polymers
opinion. It's
aren't
not.
fucking-
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying it's my opinion.
Polymers aren't cheap either, bro. That's all I'm saying.
The traditional M16 style stock is heavier and much stronger than the telescoping variety. It's actually glass reinforced nylon with wiring. And it'll get it done.
I put a link, by the way, so it's on the side. On the
Yeah,
top.
but you know what I mean. Pick up an M14 stock and go swinging that shit around. Pick up an M1 stock, swing that fucker around.
Yeah, with that steel butt plate on it, yeah.
So grab your Mosin. Everybody in the world's got Mosins these days.
Right.
Grab your Mosin and start working that puppy walking around. If once you're out of ammo, that really is a great club with a sword on the end of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's really only practical if somebody's right up on you, if you come around the corner on them or something or other. But it's good to have that option, or if you get dogpiled,
All right. Hit him in the breastbone with that bad bitch.
I mean, fight tooth and nail all the way to the end.
I'm trying to figure out how I could put a bayonet on a crink.
I don't know. Maybe you can weld something. I don't know.
Oh,
I
man,
know, right?
Fucking beer is awesome, bro.
And anyways, even if you aren't in that situation,
Arama. Is that a quart, Tony?
Long
period of service.
It is a pint and 6 ounces.
It's got a cork thing going through.
It's a 22.
That's a good pint. That's a nice bartender with big glasses.
Dude, this is like, man, it's fresh. It's unpasteurized and all that good shit.
What'd you get
You gotta, I had to throw it in the cooler and make sure it kept it cool until I got here. It's good. I was trying to find the alcohol. The alcohol is 7.0 on it.
Bam.
Got some punch.
I do.
There you go. Somewhere right there. I don't know. Fucked up.
Or you can get yourself, one of these nice billy clubs. I'll do the
Yeah, I
job.
couldn't stay in the chat out there, man. My battery was dying because I had to use the GPS. I had to use it. That's the best way to save money on gas when you're in crowded cities. Use your GPS.
What's going on, LA?
Really, Nevada, what's happening out there, Shawnee?
What's going on?
What's happening? So how fucked up is this, right? I just got the tracking info. Breeze, you'll love this, right? My gun came into. Let's see. All right, so it came into Wakanda, right on the 28th. Went to Elk Grove, is now down in Peoria, and then going to come back up here for tomorrow delivery.
What's FedEx?
Crazy as shit.
UPS.
You wanna know my tracking? I mean, not the number. I mean the way that. Let me tell you my one. My one departed. Let me go back. Departed Tuesday. No, wait, Monday. And then Monday they sent it to on Tuesday it was in the FedEx facility. Then in Anderson, Nevada. Then went to the FedEx facility in Phoenix, Arizona. And then for 3 days, nothing, no news. So was no tracking. And magically reappeared in Champaign. Then from Champaign is coming up over here.
Right.
No, even
It's funny, mine had to go. It's up by you, right? Then down past me, and then back up to me.
It's ridiculous. I don't get it. Unless it's some kind of process.
But Bud's is pretty fast. I mean, I ordered that Wednesday afternoon, and I'm picking it up Monday.
I was talking. My one, technically they kind of put it on the way to the shipping on Monday. Let's put Tuesday. So the problem is supposedly to get here in 2 days, but the problem is they end up being longer than that. They say I was gonna be there in Wednesday. Is gonna be there Friday. I'm like, yeah, good luck with that. Monday, maybe.
All right.
And then Monday I gotta see what time the guy wants to meet up. I hope I'm gonna do it tomorrow afternoon, so at least Tuesday I can pick up the rifle. Little excited, just a little bit. But,
yeah, I got so much other crap going on. It's not really as exciting as I was hoping it was going to be. But
it's a good
anyway,
news.
speaking on that for a minute, if you don't mind. Sorry, Breeze.
Sorry, no.
But I'm not promising any Tuesday or Thursday chat this week. It's been real crazy in the real life. Don't know what's going on. Not promising nothing. Right? It's also coming up on 4th of July weekend. So who knows what's going to happen, right? I'm going to try for Thursday. So I'm making no promises for Tuesday, but Tuesday's not really my night anyway.
Well, you need to make sure that you update everybody on your recent
That's why I'm telling everybody now.
What day's the 4th, Mule? What day's the 4th?
4th is Friday.
4th is Friday, all right.
Right? So might there be, I'm going to do my best to do a Thursday night chat, right? I'm just going to say I'm not going to do Tuesday. If anybody else wants to do it, cool. If not, enjoy your Tuesday. You know, we're not ending yet. I just want to let everybody know because there's too much shit going on in real life.
Hopefully it's nothing serious. So that's it.
It is what it is. It's not bad. It's not good. It's just is, you know, shit that has to be dealt with. So.
Well, the best of luck to you on that, man.
Yeah,
It'll be all right. Mule's gonna be all right.
Always.
Hey, you know what? We all do what we can. So anyway,
Hey, when you do the,
It's like what I
don't
said,
do
we
the
got
blow
a
if
real
you can't
life.
do the time.
We got lives.
You know,
Real life.
Yeah.
Gotta
real
get
life
your
gets
shit.
in the way of the internet and all that other shit.
That's right.
You know?
We all have a life. Gotta
Really?
live it.
Yeah.
So the warning shot though, I might have, Mule, I might have misquoted how I felt about it, but here's how I feel about it now, and I don't know the law yet, like somebody mentioned. I'd rather not shoot a warning shot because of the stray. I'm responsible on my fire, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd rather not have to do a warning shot, if you understand, in live guys out
That's
there.
waste of a round. That's a waste of a round, dude.
I'd rather
You know
not.
what? I don't blame anybody for not wanting to kill another human being.
No.
I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody for that. And you know what? Then, hopefully you have a tree that you can shoot at or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you're smart enough to think like that in a stressful situation. But I'm not saying that they're wrong, that they should criminalize somebody not wanting to kill another human being. No.
Yeah, I just
a firearm in defense of themselves. It's something that's you got to be super careful with because
every bullet has a little lawyer attached to it.
Yeah, it could. It very well could, and that's what I'm saying. It very well can. You got to know what you're doing. If you're not going to put two in the chest, then you need to know where you're going to put those two.
It's a man's game. That shit. It's real.
I know.
We even have these people that are trying to justify these kids who got shot, right?
Right.
2 kids broke into this guy's house, had done it many, many times. Finally, he was home when they did it, and he shot them dead. 19 and 17, I believe, right?
Sure.
And now all you hear, and this wasn't the first time they broke in. They broke in many times and stole a lot of shit, right? Wow. Now his whole these kids' families are on the news saying, well, yeah, they did some bad things and all that, and they broke in and they stole some stuff, but that wasn't deserving of them to be dead.
No, that's how it started in England, and now the crooks have more rights than anyone else. You know,
in England,
your house and you hurt them. You know, you go to prison.
In England, I have friends in England I talk to all the time, and they tell me all the time, Dean, do not fucking give up the fight for your rights. In the UK, if somebody breaks into their house, it is their responsibility to round up their wife, their kids, and leave their house. If they lay a hand on the intruder, if they grab a kitchen knife, they are responsible, and I believe it is 8 to 10 years. Calmer Sue, if you're still watching, you can verify that in the comments. I will pay attention for that. But don't say that the UK has more rights. The UK criminals have more rights than the people in their homes.
And that's what he was saying, DJ.
Oh,
but
okay.
You made it, but dude, you cleared up way better than he did, so I don't think he's disagreeing, are you, Dystopian?
They are trying to push that, because the news media was definitely interviewing these people's family and making it sound like this was something horrible that was done to these poor kids who all they did was break into a house and steal some stuff, and they didn't deserve to die over it. And that's the way we're going. In a lot of the states around here, that's the way it's going to go.
So let me get this straight, DJ. In England, you intrude someone's house, you break in their house, and the owner feels threatened. His life is being threatened, family being threatened. He's not allowed to shoot.
Right.
They don't have guns. They can't even go and have a fist fight. They can't grab one of their kitchen knives. They cannot defend themselves on a home invasion, period.
Wow.
If somebody breaks in, they have to basically lay down and take it in the ass.
Jeez.
And that's what Dystopian was saying, too, was the fact that the criminals have more rights than the people do, because that's what they're trying to get at, like Sting's story was saying.
Just like I told you, Mule, when I was in Jamaica, I called you and I was like, I saw that fucking 15-foot croc, and they were telling me that if they jumped over the fence and ate my son or your wife or ate any of your family members and you harm that crocodile, you're going to jail for a long time. That crocodile's got more rights than civilians.
That is so little.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But it's so little, Tony.
What?
Oh, no, his little girl's right there talking to him. No, it wasn't his girlfriend saying that.
I just think that's crazy.
Uh-oh.
Got
mad.
Well, just with me, man, after, the story behind Ron Brown over here, guys, I've been home invaded twice.
I'll be right back.
And,
go ahead, tell your story, Ron. I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. And I'm not going to story it out long on the Green Dragon, but I was home invaded twice, and I got schooled about how to post signage so that I wouldn't have to ask who was at the door, so to speak, the next time, because it's considered, if you're not invited, once it's posted, then you don't belong, like G was saying. You don't belong on my moat, my bridge, my castle, so to speak.
Right.
So I posted it, and incident came up afterwards, and I didn't ask any questions. When the person came up on my property, I could tell by the look in his eyes, because he wasn't looking at me, he was looking at everything like an exit or an entrance to get to my residence. He wasn't looking to get out of a situation, he was looking to get into my property. And that was by the look in his eyes. And I took it straight to him at that point. I asked him one time, do I know you? I don't. I answered my own question.
Right.
And I took it to him.
Right.
And once we got to the street, of course, witnesses now became available because of the noise factor. He was screaming. So they only saw the point of him in the middle of the street with me on top. Then it became an issue with me and the law that I overcorrected by whipping his ass too hard, because the witnesses said, yeah, all we saw was Ron whipping his ass.
Right.
You know. And the thing is I'm the people that witnessed it, guys, and live. It's a child care center. They lease part of our property, but they also are across the street. We got 200 kids a day out here. Yeah. But people aren't aware of what's going around them enough to, if that guy would have walked up on that property, they wouldn't have known until he got in there. You know what I'm saying? People aren't really aware enough to me, I don't think. I'm glad I don't have to ask anymore about the no trespassing thing. And
this is what you got to have, Brother Brown, right in front of your house. This is what I got right here.
Oh.
And like I said, man, you come to my fucking house,
right?
And I feel threatened, or my family feels threatened, you will get a fucking shell in your ass.
Right.
And I will not get in trouble, and I will call 911 and tell them to come scoop them up. And as long as you do that, you're good to go. Now, if he was to leave my house and he was to get on the street, I cannot shoot him. Then I will go to jail.
Right.
The only way that I can shoot him is if he's in my house.
Right.
Or on my property.
That's
it. That's the only way I can do it. I cannot leave the property. If I'm on the yard and he's off the yard, I can't.
Don't you work for yourself, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well here's what I'm going to say to you about that. I've been a delivery driver like somebody else in the panel is also.
Right.
So to speak, delivery, courier, whatever. No matter what you're doing, if you're in employment for yourself, and it's probably a home-based operation, you can claim that you're on the job, and if you've got $1 in your pocket, a guy was robbing you. You had a reason to do it.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, whenever I go out, man, I always take 2 knives with me.
If you're in business, you're on the job, you got cash.
Just like when I go to the bank and do withdrawals, like you're saying, Ron.
Because
because I'm 1099 employed, and I take a large amount of cash with me to the bank, so
well,
there's plenty of reasons.
Yeah, at any time, anybody in the live chat too, if you don't feel like, I'm just saying this as an example. I'm not going to say depend on it. It has worked for me as a driver, or they necessarily weren't threatening me for my money, but they were coming at me physically, violently. Yeah. Once the enforcement knew that I was an employee or I was a business operator and I had cash on me, then it turned into a robbery and it fell back to the perpetrator. You got me?
Mm-hmm. Loud and clear.
There's a way out.
Oh, no doubt.
But, with me, I was scrapping the dude. It was already posted. I was scrapping. But the witnesses, they weren't aware of the situation until they saw the shit going down. And that's what, then looking back on it, anymore, people, and they cordoned the school off, man. They've got the boards up, the fencing and all that, and it's a shame for the kids. I don't like that a bit. How can you play as a kid inside of a cypress fence or whatever, But the thing is they're not aware enough. Fortunately, I stopped the guy on my property. He already been over the wall on them. So I think they need to wake up too, but,
Check this out. I brought this all the way from L.A. home. This shit is delicious.
Looks like a big badass brand muffin.
No, it's an empanada. It's like I forget, some fucking country in South America makes them, but they're like really good out there. I go out there for the food, man, and the smoke and the Fukushima water.
mentioned
I
them
saw
little
you were over by the beach. Did you get yourself radiated?
Oh yeah, I'm red as fuck.
You do, you got burned.
Did you go dive in the ocean and suck up some Fukushima?
No, well, I did some swimming, but not as much as I used to.
So you admit to it then, right, Tom? You might be just a little tainted,
Not as,
right?
well, I don't know. I had the kids and
Look
shit.
at this. Goodness, gosh, Tom.
So he's going to be pissing Hulk colors for a couple of weeks, right? Gamma radiation and shit.
I just want him to show that fucking empanada with the lights out so we can see if it glows in the dark.
Well, is it a tuna empanada? Is it mackerel? What? Is it fish or is it beef? Is that one of those beef patties?
Beef and like eggs and like carrots, olive. I don't know. They're really hard to cook the right way because you could fry. Everybody fries them. They taste like shit that way. Gotta somehow bake these bitches. I don't know, but
Yeah, it looks baked. It must be good. You're not drowning it in hot sauce.
You guys know what sopapillas are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a lot like a sopapilla.
Yep. Yeah, they're good.
Fry bread. It's along the same lines.
I had sopes out there too, which is like a hard, small type of bread or close to tortilla, and then there's like meat on it, and put something else. I don't know. And then some queso fresco. That shit is. Woo! Man, I'm telling you, the food out there is like ridiculous. When you live in Vegas, everything's imported. You can taste that shit.
Who's Croshan going after?
What's up?
Tommy boy, I'll be making something up for when the new one comes in. I bought all the parts to do whatever upgrades I'm going to do for the year on it at once. And I don't know if I'm going to do parts videos or I'm just going to do one big one. Just check this shit out. Kind of.
Oh, I can already tell you what you're going to do, Mule. It's going to be just to check this shit out. You don't show.
Yeah, that's usually that's my speed. Stinger's right. Crochet Forge, you're going to tear you down, motherfucker. Okay, I'll have to figure that one out. And DJ, did you check out what Third Op shared?
Yeah, I did.
Cool.
And I mean, yeah, it's cool and it sells across the pond over here. But I really hope John's still watching.
Yeah. Have old Bag look. Who's John, by the way?
Calmer Sue.
Okay, Calmer Sue look. Old Bag's another one who lives in Great Britain. He'll look it up. You guys can check that information out that Third Op sent, because he's our fact checker here at the Dragon. So everybody likes to give him shit, but
yeah,
you know he helps me check, make sure I'm not lying to you, you know, to the best of my ability. So.
Well, if I'm lying about that.
No, that's just being misinformed. That's not lying, especially if they just changed the law in fucking England that we don't give two shits about. Fuck the Brits. You know? But no, not you, John, or Old Bag. I do have a couple of people who I actually like.
Oh, no. Trick Daddy might come out of hiding now.
No, I don't want to insult people. But, you know, I'm an Irishman. I can't stand the fucking British government any more than I can stand my government at this point. But are there decent people who live there? Yes.
Most certainly.
Fuck them, because they're British, you know?
There's decent people that live everywhere of all faiths and religions.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I make that kind of a correction, because there are decent people in every damn country. There's decent human beings all over the world, in every country, in every language, color, creed, religion, you know?
Yep.
I wish they all lived in America and all the assholes moved overseas somewhere and left us alone.
Well, they'd all move to one place where we could just nuclear test. Would be great.
Fuck, I just had World War III over a similar comment. I left a comment on an RT video and somebody fucking went batshit. And I told him, I said, it's motherfuckers like you that make me wish that we would have turned that whole place into glass.
He's a peace-loving motherfucker normally.
Well, no, I think everybody has their place, but you have extremists and everything, and when I hear Sharia law and I see that shit, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who you are. I have my own fucking opinion, and that shit right there I don't want over here. I don't want our daughters having their clitorises cut off simply because girls aren't supposed to enjoy sex. And I'm not fucking promising.
Was it you that shared that crap on Google Plus? Thank you for that image, if it was.
I think I reshared it.
Yeah.
But no, I have no fucking. I mean, I can understand. My problem with the whole thing at the border was, I want to know who the fuck is behind getting those kids here, and I'm not pissed at the kids. I have no. If I'm promised the fucking sun and move to pack my family up and go to fucking Russia, and I've got an all expense paid fucking travel, my happy ass is fucking gonna seriously consider it, because I know fucking Russia is more free than the U.S.
In some areas, yeah.
You know, and that was my whole point behind it. I don't have a problem with anybody wanting to come here. Do it right, though. You know.
Yeah, they're being used as a wedge and a tool and leverage, and as it's like you can't criticize it because you're against the kids. You can't criticize them dumping them on us because you just hate children. You're just a racist. No, it's not got nothing to do with it.
Mhm. I'm just more pissed off. I seen a thing. God, I don't ready for it. She posted a congressional hearing on the border situation, and they had a guy from the DHS, because DHS is who is fucking basically in control of our borders. Yep. And so they're interviewing this guy, and the congressman asks him, he says, what do you do with adults? He says, well, with adults, we put them on a bus and we ship them right back to where they came from. Well, what do you do with these kids? Well, these kids are vaccinated and they're shipped out all over the country and they're placed. Well, why aren't these kids put on a bus and shipped right back too? I mean, they're here illegally, and he said it's because of humanitarian issues and the policy in Washington. Okay, so then I started digging more into it, and that's where I am in total agreement with Linda on these kids, because these kids they're promised, their families are promised in South America and in Central America. These kids come up here and they join the military. Then, after they serve in the military, if they're still alive, then their families are welcome to come up here and become American citizens too. So why the fuck is everybody pissed at these kids and ready to shoot these kids? We ought to be fucking marching to Washington and hanging some motherfuckers for making these double standard policies.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. If you guys want to think I'm a fucking asshole for my thought on that, I could give two shits less.
Right. But, I mean, now, first of all, there's no open door policy for them to come up and join the military. Now, what they're being told in their fucking home countries is not any of our business. And these anchor kids crossing the border, I agree with turning them back around and sending them home. But what the situation is in your home country when you left because of a lie is of no consequence to me. I look at every one of those kids crossing that border as somebody who's going to be vying for the same job my kid's going for. That 16, 17-year-old young male that's crossing the border, even going into the military, is then vying for the same fucking job that my son's vying for. And he's an American goddamn citizen. And they're going to get a step up over an American fucking citizen because they fucking made the trek from fucking Guadalajara or fucking Honduras or fucking El Salvador or Nicaragua or fucking Uruguay. I don't give a shit where the fuck they're from.
See, and that's Mule, I'm not fucking disagreeing with that. I'm not. My problem is that I don't know. Maybe it's a little more complex than I tried to make it, or didn't make it.
I can help a little with the thought, right? I get it that it's really not these kids' fault because they're being lied to, they're told to come up here, right? And they can actually give a better life for their family for whatever reason, right? So they're being fucking lied to. I understand they're the ultimate victims in this tug of war with whatever the fuck's going on in the world. I dig that, I do, and I can have compassion for that, and I do, but I also know that no matter how if I'm too compassionate, my compassion is going to guarantee that my son can't, or my daughters or my grandkids ain't going to have jobs and are going to be struggling with their kids to feed their kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, see, and that's where it all comes. And I think Fabrizio would probably be more passionate about this than any of us, because he's came over here, he's went through the hoops, he's went through the hurdles, he's done everything right. And Fabrizio, in a lot of cases, Fabrizio is more American than a lot of these fucking people I see on the street that ain't worth killing.
Thank you.
I mean, and maybe that ain't fucking a good thing to say, but I don't care. And I understand you, and I do agree. Those jobs are jobs that we don't have jobs here no more.
No.
I mean, we don't. Everything is fucking set up, and yeah, I mean, corporations, whatever, they've got everything so fucked up that mom and pop shops, you can't pay the bills doing something for yourself anymore.
Yeah, it's like a lifeboat on the Titanic. I mean, how many extra people can we take on before we sink? We're past capacity, really.
Yeah. The problem I see is that I see people. There's no. I mean, I'm talking about where I live. Don't get me wrong. I know the situation in the rest of the United States. I see over here says, no, I don't get any job. I mean, blah 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 blah. And then they start working with us. I understand the paycheck is not the best in the world. What? They start as a seasonal, and you see a few of them, the hard worker, you know what I mean, and it's not a matter of racial thing, because and then they evolve, you know, they switch from 15 hours a week, 20, 25, they even get full time after that, you know what I mean? If you really, and it's not a matter to be Mexican or whatever, because there was a Mexican guy that got full time, me. Now there is I don't know, supposed to say black guy or Afro-American, I don't know. Black guy, I guess.
You're all good, Breeze.
Okay, I don't know. Anyway, I told you, you know, the guy is good kid. It's not the you know, it's not a saying English. It's not a university, you know, and hasn't been in a university or something like that. But you know what? Starting garden loading mulch outside. Now he's working outside a lot. He's working in lumber. You know, he end up having 30 hours a week from 10. You know what I mean? If you apply, you know what I mean. If you're like in the other store, you know, where I was working, bunch of people, how many hours am I gonna get? 20. I may as well be home and get my check. Like fuck that, you know what I mean? That's you know, that's a problem, you know, too. You know, I understand the fact that I'm against, you know, let's put it this way: the way I come in this country, you know what I mean, pissed me off twice. You guys probably because I'm, you know, I had to pay. I got more shots than a freaking guy that come from Nigeria probably. I got even the swine the swine flu shots when I went over here. They have to test me for all the kind of fever, and you know what I mean. They have to X-ray to my chest to check if I got tuberculosis. I gotta do the HIV test. I gotta do everything, you know what I mean. And then I see people that come over here over the border. You know, I'm the first one to get pissed for. But you know what? I'm thinking. No, don't get me wrong. I'm thinking that there's people over here that need them for doing certain kind of job, for certain kind of payment. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's the problem.
Minimum wage, yeah. We got a minimum wage that keeps anybody from being able to hire anybody but an illegal for certain jobs, because it's just not a job that pays.
Yeah.
And so Americans won't do that job. But how can they? They're not allowed.
Yeah, you know, or like over here, you know. They come over here sometimes. I'm wondering, you know, at my store, does any habla español? I'm like, dude, you're like, what the fuck? I mean, you're over here, like, you got a driving license? How the hell you get a driving license? How the hell you get an ID, you know, or anything? But even, you know, can barely speak English, you know. I'm like, how the hell you actually get in here? You know what I mean? You know, it's frustrating. You know what I mean? It's awkward. You know?
I know that I have a few friends that came here from Mexico that I worked with in the mine, and I have never seen anybody get more pissed off about illegals than the guys that had to go through everything that you're talking about, Fabrizio.
Yeah, it's my wife too. You know, it's like I like work too. I get pissed at work too sometimes. You know.
Yeah,
when a customer says, sometimes, they're like, oh, does anybody speak English? Oh, look at these people coming over here stealing our job. I'm looking at A. I'm like, I'm about to tell him, hey, you motherfucker, if I want to, in 1 month, I can get the citizenship. I got to pay for it. It pisses me off because I've been paying taxes and everything. And you know what I mean? But I'm like, you son of a bitch. I can be a citizen as you probably care more about your country what you are. Since you got a freaking Obama sticker in your car.
Right.
You know what I mean? Those UPD people, they come my store. The wife come over there and the hardware store. She's supposed to tell me what she wants to buy. Like an anchor. Like, lady, I know my shit. You know what I mean? You might want to keep the mouth shut and go back and play Tetris with your phone, something like that, or post to your, Anyway, anyhow, back to the, it's weird. My same story in Italy now. They want to vote. The left wing in Italy wants to get a vote from the immigrants, so they promise them is getting pretty much the citizenship. Like same story over here. What do you think that
Fabrizio.
Yeah.
I may have the wrong island, or should I say continent, and it might be from somebody else that's on the panel, but for your continent, do you have a solid waste problem right now?
A solid what?
Solid waste on like dumping?
Garbage.
Well, it's a problem everywhere in Italy. It's a problem everywhere. I don't know about
that's Jamaica.
There's two places that they've got corruption going on, and they were supposed to have been dumping it right for the past 20 plus years, and now it's came out that they weren't. It was either Italy or Greece.
We got shit everywhere. Dioxin in Laguna Venice. They keep polluting the factory they used to work. They destroy all the ecosystem, But back in the time, they don't care. I got 90% of the people working with my father died of cancer in the lung and the pancreas, the stomach and everything.
Well, let me ask it this way: you haven't heard anything recently over there about the corruption?
I hate to admit that, but I'm not following the Italian news since I moved over here. Since I live over here, I don't think it's necessary. I don't, except for my family, honestly, for what my country gave to me, especially in the last years when I was over there, I don't feel like I don't want to say I'm not Italian anymore, but.
All right.
I feel like this is that's my, you know what I mean, home. You know what I mean?
Okay, just checking in, man. I didn't know.
No, I understand. I know what you mean. I had no idea. I know there's a bunch of crap going on in Italy. I mean.
Well, there were, okay then. Thanks for the correction, and let me know what's going on. Well, what they did is they got corrupted by the mafia.
Probably.
For the past 25 years, they've been running the sanitation department.
Yeah. Yep.
They make bundles of their solid waste stuff, not like we do, like a landfill, but they bundle theirs. They bundle it.
Yep, that could be the South. What they used to do also, they grind them and they used to make fertilizer for the farm with the garbage. So they pretty much throw in chemical waste and everything in your food. Pretty much. Yep, in Italy it's very common. They used to make a big hole and dump everything in there, including toxic waste and everything.
Oh, they did it here too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Get out the room, because if we're delving into garbage.
Yeah, well, or recycling, divide everything, plastic, glass. You gotta be. Oh no! Don't put them the cardboard milk with the plastic. Don't put them with the metal.
Oh, you want to know how ridiculous some of that shit is? I cannot tell you.
Go ahead, Neil. You're first, but you're the boss. I got one.
Well, no, you know as well as I do, Ronnie, that if you've ever backed a garbage truck up to a dump, forget it. Okay, yeah, they look like they're separating some of that shit. Yeah, okay.
No fucking way. There's no way.
Yeah. Well, let me get out of the room real quick. What's up, Mario? How you doing? Thanks for the info, E. Kenny and Linda. They said that Congress passed a bill to let the people in the military in May. Backdoor amnesty program for the military. Croatian Forge is out there. Jay Watt's out there. He's just telling about the Empaladas. Leon Aaron's out there. Kansas is out there. What's up, Kansas? And I think I'm all caught up. Looking like it. Kamasu. Tommy Stock. Yeah, looks like I'm all as caught up as I can be right now.
I have concerns about that military amnesty thing.
A lot of them. On multiple levels, because think of it, one way it could be end up being like what, the French Foreign fucking Legion, or they're trading citizenship for control of these people, and they're going to do exactly what they're told, which is basically a new army that can go against the American people, the American citizens.
That was my concern. I mean, they're holding citizenship, their parents' citizenship, their kids' citizenship over their head. You know, and Obama's got that litmus test. I mean, you know, if they wanted to use these people to suppress us, wouldn't they just be the prime candidates for it?
You would think.
Well, remember Obama when he was running and he wanted to have his basically youth army and all of that shit?
Yeah.
You guys remember that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, what a better bunch of candidates. And it's dystopian, just nailed it. If you're holding somebody's family, their livelihood, everything, I mean, that could be his brown shirt army right there. I mean, there's so much of it, and that's how come my problem is more with these fuckers in Washington that keep everything they do undermines our freedom.
Yeah, and then they see these people out there, you know, that don't know how to think, that don't know how to understand the situation, going, "Oh my goddamn illegals coming into my country," blah, blah, blah. And they're like, "Well, you know what? I don't mind shooting this motherfucker. He's an asshole."
No. I mean,
considering racial tensions and all that, you know, it brings out the worst in people. You know, if they see the worst of you, you know, it's just a matter of bad coincidence. If they only see the worst of you, they got that held over their head, and they just think, you know, fuck these people. They're a bunch of racists, anyways. You know, so there you go.
well, if you want to divide this country, and you want to divide it fast, throw something out there that's racially sensitive, and it doesn't fucking matter. Everybody is going to bite on it in one way or another.
Yeah, and the socialist, communist left saw on that fiddle like crazy.
Mm-hmm. I think they both do, as far as both parties.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. The Republicrats do have a problem of keeping it going by creating a face and a below the you know, or excuse me, a subtextual, you know, thing going. You know, we're, you know, okay, you know, we're against this. We're not just going to just come out and say we're, you know, supporting race, you know, some racism or some, you know, ethnic bias, but at the same time they are, and adding to the problem.
Well, how much of this doesn't go back to when Clinton signed that NAFTA, North American Free Trade? I mean, if you want to start tracing it back, now here's something that I think, and if we haven't seen it so much, Canada better be watching our fucking border, because how long is it before they start getting fucking overran? Because, I mean, it's not impossible for us to be fucking like Mexico, where we pick them up in Mexico and then ship their asses up to Canada.
Well,
it ain't hard at all, man.
That's already happening, DJ, when you talk to some people up that way, right? Most of their tradesmen now, well, the same kind of thing they do here, construction trades, things that they consider, that, you know, they say Americans consider menial work, you know, is being taken over by not just Mexicans, but they're getting invaded twice, right? They're getting invaded from us and from their Pacific border, because the Chinese are coming in like crazy.
If my information is correct, what Canada is getting infused with is the Islamists.
I hope not.
From what I understand, that's the dominant minority party there, or minority group.
Have you ever seen? I saw it a year ago, and I saw it again last night. I don't know how I saw it, but there was a rally in Dearborn, Michigan, which apparently that's where Mr. Ford's from. And it was the other study or secular or ethnicity besides American. And they were having a marriage, but it turned into a rally. And they studied a different type of faith than the printed Bible type thing. So neither here nor there, because people all have their own religion. But it was a rally in Dearborn, and the police came in, and the American citizens stood their ground on protesting against them having protection from the rally. And it turned out, it looked to me like on the documentary that the law enforcement came against the homebound instead of the frickin' foreigner.
Yeah.
And that was in Dearborn, Michigan, home of American Muscle. I don't know, I'm talking off my chest, but I got a love for American Muscle. I got a love for this country. And you got people protesting from outside the country, and they get protection, and we get hammered on.
Yeah, and they can throw rocks and bottles and stuff at us, but we get called down for just even talking, because we're being bullies, and they're the ones threatening to kill us.
And they might have been friendly protests. Here's what we got here. It's not on Independence Day. It's right afterwards. We have the West Indies Festival. And those countries, I think, are like Tobago, Trinidad, Guyana, Puerto Rico gets involved too. But all through this city, I think it's a week after the 4th, because we have a Spanish newspaper here too. We have a regular paper called the Sentinel, but then we have another one called the El Sentinel. No problem.
You gotta love the Puerto Rican parades.
And they get down. But they have a West Indies parade,
That's like an orgy for me, like.
Right. And they have it at the stadium, actually, too. Tony, you're right. They do. They have it at a stadium. They get down now.
An indoor orgy.
Yeah, most people I know from Puerto Rico are cool as shit.
But check this out. Me as a motorcycle rider, when I had to plan a route for a group that I run with, I got the responsibility to run a show one time, and I did it. And since I ran it through federal property on the Canaveral seashore where the shuttle goes off, I didn't know this when I routed my map. When we have 5 or more bikers together, we have to pull a permit because it's considered a rally.
What?
Yep. That's why Daytona is not nowhere near what it could have ever been, what it was.
What it was? Yeah, Daytona used to be the shit.
That's because they have to pull permits in order to run in a group. You're considered a rally if you don't pull a permit and there's 5 or more. Plus, we run federal land.
When did that start?
It started about 10 years ago, Mule. That's what ruined Daytona USA for biker, actually. It ran us out for a while. But for me as a bike planner, and I'm not a Harley guy, I'm not the Daytona style. I'm the on and off-road style, seashore, back on pavement. But since I was going through Canaveral for 2 or 3 miles and it was on federal property, this is how I found out about the permit law. Just because we went down that road and we had more than 5 people in our crew, I had to pull a rally permit, and then when I booked the park that we were going to gather at, you know how I had to do it? Even though I had to pay $125. I had to claim it as a non-profit organization. I could claim it as a wedding or as a non-profit, but either way I had to pay $125 at a municipal park. And then the federal thing came where I had to pull a permit too. And that's when I found out if you run with 5 or more bikes as a group down here, you have to pull a permit because it's considered a rally. We also have a non-cruise law. We can't cruise more than twice up and down the main street in Orlando. Within an hour, I don't know what the time limit is, but if they catch you, anybody ever heard of a cruise law?
Everybody
Yes.
talks about how free fucking Florida and Texas are, and it's like, dude, I've been to both states, and they're both not as free.
Florida's not free at all, man.
Amen.
The cops are fucking crazy in Florida. Like, that's the whole state. You'll fuck around and get shot to death.
Well, look at Texas.
They're like third, aren't they like third or fourth in executions? It's like Texas, Virginia, Florida, something like that. They'll kill the fuck out of you on the streets, or they'll kill the fuck out of you in prison.
Fucking Texas put in an express lane so they could kill motherfuckers.
Yeah.
That's.
I'm not against capital punishment, but you got to wonder when they're having so many, what the hell?
They got that express lane, like DJ was saying.
Alright, guys. I think I'm gonna add the bread. The bread. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, I'm tired. I guess. I don't know. Just a little.
Yeah.
Long day. Let's see if I can pick up my baby the next 2 days. Alright. Have a good night, everyone.
Take care.
Nice. Thank you for having the chat. Take care. Stay safe and keep your ammo dry.
Later, bro.
Night, bro. Night, everyone. Night.
Good night.
Night.
What the hell, Mule and Joe and HDP, everybody bailed?
Right? Well, you guys are talking about, like, boring shit.
Sanitation and garbage and.
What were we talking about? We were talking
It must have been pretty boring. You don't remember it.
Total
I
waste.
think you was doing a video, Tony. I'm not sure. You had your camera, or you was muted, and you were sitting there rattling on. I was thinking, fuck, you're shooting a video.
I'm about to shoot a video myself. Those peppers.
Yeah, Mr. Hot Sauce.
Shit, yeah, it's fun, man. I've been enjoying it. That's what YouTube's all about for me, man. Just whatever I'm enjoying at the time is what I'm going to be filming, you know?
You mentioned the fire range security guard, or like, which is like a chaperone or something.
Mm-hmm.
Down here, man, I think they should have had it because it stands out in my mind, man. Two people, one was a suicide, and the other one, a lady killed her own son. I mean, it showed her on the video, you know.
Yeah, I saw that video. That was disturbing, but I mean, that's going to happen, man.
But you think maybe a chaperone would have been a buffer? I don't know.
Maybe. The chaperone I was talking about is just because you're shooting their fully automatic weapons. If you're shooting your own stuff, no.
Right.
And I don't know her situation, if that was her gun or if she rented it. But
yeah. No kidding. Is that why they do it though? Because you're handling their equipment.
mostly that, and it's fully automatic. There's a lot of recoil to some of them, you know. So when you shooting that many rounds that quick, it can knock you over if you're not prepared for the recoil of it.
Yeah, it creates a continual torque.
Yeah, I had that problem with my Saiga. That thing's almost knocked me down a few times. But, of course, that's 12 gauge.
Hey, Stinger, is anybody else also, I use it in something that's supposedly made realistically as possible, even though it's not virtually in my hands. Is a calico what it's cracked up to be? Because I enjoy firing it in this virtual thing. But has anybody ever heard of a calico?
Yeah, man, those are pretty old. They don't make them anymore, so they're collector's items now.
Okay. Because it gives me a 50-round option on it, and the rate of fire on it. I mean, it expends the cartridge real quick. I don't know if it's that way on the range.
The real ones, from what I understand, don't shoot that fast. And even though the helical magazine is nice, you have to clean it a lot. What's your take on it, Stinger?
You know, I've seen it on like a Google search, but I've never really even watched a video on it, so I couldn't really tell you.
On my hair.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Was it British?
California.
Calico?
Yeah, Calico, California. Yeah,
Right.
made in California. Before everything got banned and everybody went all crazy and shit. Yeah, the last of those were produced in the early 90s, I think. Interesting though, they're bottom ejection, helical magazine. Of course, pistol caliber rifle.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they made up to 100 round drums for them that were about the size of one of those.
Yeah, because the one that I play with, supposedly, they pay good money for these weapons to be as realistic as possible, even though it's virtual. It's not, it's not metal in my hands. But they pay good money to get not just licensing, but to get the code writers to make them as realistically, because you can change the weapons in this stuff, and you can feel the difference. It actually makes you walk slower depending on what you got, that type of thing. Your maneuvers are slower, but that Calico seems to unleash the most rounds at the quickest rate that I've been able to find. It's pretty quick. That and a Spectre. It was the MP4 Spectre.
Yeah, I got to get hands on one in a gun store years ago. They're mostly a polymer magazine. Yeah. Magazines are, like acrylic and polymer, and the stock's polymer.
All right, that's fine. All right.
Tech thing. Back before, it was one of the early guns that had that kind of features to it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
Leck, you son of a bitch.
You want some beer, DJ?
Hey, doggy.
Nah, the neighbors are lighting off fireworks, and when he was a puppy, he'd been through shit, so fireworks freak him out. And we just about had him over it, and then quit taking him out around it and stuff, and so now it freaks him out again, but...
Yeah, my dog doesn't really do good around 4th either.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't care if he barked as much if it didn't make me shit my pants, because I wasn't expecting it.
The fireworks down here for us, man, I have to go to the coast over on Cocoa Beach. It's the only place they sell the decent stuff, the stuff with, I was mentioned before about going up and reporting. But this town it runs amok, man. When the season comes around, they sell that cheap stuff, like the Walmart packages where you get, a hodgepodge for $35. That type of stuff, it's all fluff anyways. It's like a basket, like a gift basket or something made up with a bunch of sparklers and all that. But the tents, that they set up these tents around here, man. They'll take over these parking lots where grocery stores are and shit. They'll put a tent up, and it'll be loaded with fireworks everywhere. And I guess they put them in U-Hauls at night or whatever. But you can buy them all day long, but it's illegal to fire them, and they're weak as hell. It's something for the kids at the end of the driveway type thing, the little sizzlers and all that stuff. But when you start getting into the serious stuff, man, they ID me every time I have to go about 50 miles away to get it. You can get good stuff up in Georgia and all that, but in Florida you got to go over to the coast to get it. And there's about 3 or 4 shops right there. But they pull there's a sheriff sitting there, they pull your ID, and they scan it and all that shit, man.
Damn.
Yep, they scan it, they print you out a waiver, like I mentioned before. You have to sign the waiver that you're using it for the farm.
Wow.
And it's in the sheriff's presence, because he's the one that takes your ID from you. He's sitting right there. I'm sure he's hired, or, he's not working on the county dime, but they've got an official there. They don't want no spark on property. You can't bring a lighter in, of course, but because these things that stuff they sell there is the serious stuff. The good Chinese stuff that goes up, makes a racket.
That almost sounds like the gopher bombs we have out here. You can go to the Forest Service, and you can get shit, and it's like a half a stick of dynamite, and then you light the fuse and shove it down the gopher holes, and
Yeah, but fireworks, man, down here, fireworks are expensive as hell, DJ, everybody, and the live too, man. If you spend $100, you're going to get maybe 4 or 5 packs of, because it's usually buy one, get one free. But I've never been able to get out of there without spending about $400 to $500, man. And fireworks are expensive as shit, man.
yeah. Well, these are $15 a piece, so.
Then they send it flying out of the holes.
Oh fuck, man, that blows shit up. They're badass. I might need to get a couple of them.
Maybe I ought to do a video about some of these local tents down here. We can get 4-inch mortar shells, no problem. No permits, no ID, nothing. Just walk up and buy it and walk off.
Yeah, all of our stuff that they sell here in the tents don't leave the ground.
Guess what you're talking about is what we could get in Wyoming.
Hey, we just finally got sparklers, man. Sparklers.
If you're lucky,
we got the smoking snakes too, man. The smoking snakes.
I was just gonna say, if you're lucky, next year they'll let you have snakes. Can you get the smoke
have those
balls?
little itty bitty bottle rockets, but probably never, man. Probably never.
Oh, man, until you've had a bottle rocket fight, you ain't lived.
Oh, I've had one. It was down in Mexico when when I was in high school. We went down there on a vacation, and they had the bottle rockets that are like you have to have a big bottle. And yeah, we were shooting them back and forth. That was dangerous as all hell, I'm sure. But it was. We did that right on the shore of the ocean, or I think it was the Gulf of Mexico, right? And one of them actually went into the water, and it was. You could see it going in the water, and then all of a sudden, it was at nighttime, right? So all of a sudden, you see this like little flash, and then you hear a splash and the boom, which was kind of cool.
Check it out. I remember doing this. It wasn't last 4th of July. It might have been the one prior. But within the past 2 years, as the fireworks go down live in our communities, usually for me at least, I can go to the localnews.com site that I never go to the rest of the year at all, and they'll show it being broadcasted live, right? Because they got music playing with it. It's synchronized supposedly, and of course the fireworks don't show up good on the video, but they've got one here locally that they don't televise. It's called Red Hot and Boom, and they canceled it because somebody lit one off in the parking lot, and it misfired and went across underneath all the cars and took this kid's ankle off, man. So that's bad enough. I mean, I'm just saying, talking about fireworks. But check this out, guys. The night, like say the 4th of July night, when fireworks are going off, if you go on YouTube, probably within a half hour of it starting up that you hear it, you'll start seeing fail videos come up, man. I did it a couple of years ago. I mean, as soon as it wasn't even midnight, 4th of July, and people had already posted fail videos up, the shit that they had fired off and some of them are in the inner city where there's a bunch of people, and they'd let off this bomb thing, and it would just go. But this 4th of July, I mean, if you're not out with your families and you just check into YouTube, man, and start watching, you'll see fail videos coming up. Right off the bat, man. People will be uploading them like crazy.
My favorite fail videos is when somebody gets the bright idea to let's stick a bottle rocket right up our ass. Funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. They never expected to actually, yeah.
Very pretty.
Go do a YouTube search, bottle rocket up the ass. You'll find hilarity for hours.
I'll pass.
Come on, I know you, DJ. Come on, you've got freakier shit than that. They got some hot girls that do it.
Okay, I'll check those out. I'll put hot chicks and bottle rockets, but I'm not watching some dude bulldog a bottle rocket.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
say
saw
women.
hot chicks though. Because these hot chicks, they get all drunk. You know, their idiot boyfriend talks them into it. Oh yeah, just put it over your ass. We'll line it off. It'd be cool.
Talk about a starburst.
Meanwhile, they're trying to explain that in the emergency room. You know. How exactly did you get third-degree burns on your anus?
Well, I could tell you one about a bottle rocket, but it was a Budweiser bottle. Same situation. And the guy killed himself 2 years ago, actually. And but I don't know what was wrong with him mentally, but he lived in an RV, and my partner that worked with me, he handled my road with me. He was a road dog, so he rode the passenger seat, took care of me over there. And he lived with this guy in the RV for a little while. It was a drivable RV, like a Winnebago style. And he saw the guy go to his rear quarters, you know, like not the driving part, but the back part of the RV. And he came out, and he was bleeding. And he was all pale. And my road dog told me that he didn't want no help. He was denying the help. And what ended up happening was he sat on a quart beer bottle. And it broke off because of the suction. About where the label starts on a quart beer bottle. So they approximately, I think it was 8 to 10 inches it was inserted where it broke off at. Now, why somebody would do it, I don't know. But they had to operate to get it out, and he lied about it when he came to work that week. You know, he said that he had an accident because you could tell he was messed up. But
Holy fuck, Ronnie! How off the rails are we?
I'm just saying. Check this out. Somebody pulled his card, right? They pulled the card on the hospital thing and found out what it really was, which was my road dog. He brought it to me right off the bat. He brought the report to the boss, too, and said, hey, you know, this guy he's lying out his ass. And that's when we found
his ass, right?
Yeah. We found out he was a predator right then, because we pulled up the address type thing, you know, and all that. And he started getting peer pressure. Next thing you know, man, we found him hanging from a tree in front of our work. He killed himself over peer pressure, apparently. But that dude killed himself a couple years ago, but he didn't use fireworks. He just chose Budweiser. So
your story was so pleasant. Thanks, bud.
I'm just saying, you know, bottle rockets, Budweiser.
Whoever bottle rockets to Budweiser up butts, you know.
I tell you though, it makes my day look great.
Right. Glad I was making a hamburger.
I don't know, man. You know, if I could have told, at least drill a hole in it, and make a carburetor so it could breathe. You know?
Yeah, so you don't create a vacuum.
Vacuum, yeah, man. Put a carb on it or something.
Yeah, dude, like, go to a store and it won't kill you. Got a thing for sticking stuff up in there. At least get stuff that won't kill you.
Yep, he's dead though. So
You said he was a predator. What was he preying on?
The report that I saw was lewd lascivious under 12.
Oh.
He was a flasher at kids.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a penetration or whatever, but
no, that would be a totally different charge.
10-4, but he
flasher.
He was a lifelong register. He had to register, you know, all the time.
He fucked up bad. Well, yeah. I guess nature took care of that.
Yeah, but you know the thing about it is he used the thick end. He didn't use the drinking end. He used the thick end.
Yeah, he had some problems.
Yep, but it broke, so there ain't no way to go.
Yeah, but once you go touching kids, my mercy dies right then and there.
That's what I agree. So Independence Day, my non-Independence Day, I'm going to eat as much as I can, Mule, leading up to non-Independence Day. And then I'll probably be so thirsty. You know how when you eat a lot, you got to drink.
Of course.
So
You need water for digestion.
I'm going to eat it all this week before they do. I'm going to
Sorry
get
about
some food, man.
Sorry about that missing in action, guys. I somehow lost my internet for a while.
Did you really?
Yeah, just no reason. Boom.
Yeah, it gets spotty between about 9 and 12 o'clock Eastern time. I've seen this little blue pop-up from Google. It says, are you having connection issues? And then it shows you the graph of when they got the highest traffic levels. It's between like 9 and 12 Eastern.
Well,
So is that where it takes you once you click on it? It shows you like a speed
in
test?
there. It's in there along with some troubleshooting shit.
Really? I haven't never clicked on it, so I didn't know.
Dis, have you seen the one where for $3.50 a month that you'll pay Google, they'll make sure that you don't have interrupted service?
Oh, so that's why we've been getting kicked. They're trying to sell us something.
yeah, that sounds good.
The new loss of net neutrality. We knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
I hadn't heard of that, but I was expecting it.
You know what's funny? That's kind of just what happened to me. That's how I got kicked off.
No shit.
What's up, guys?
What's happening, Kansas?
You guys just need to buy an Apple product and you'll be all right.
Okay.
Send me the money and I'll do that, Tony.
Yeah. I want the money, Tony.
Yeah, and can you sign the contract for me so when I download stuff that I don't get in trouble for it?
Yeah.
Because you got to explain
Everything's going to be in Tony's name. Y'all hear this now.
You got to give them full access to all your shit.
Yup.
Not doing anything illegal, but I just don't like that.
They can have it all. All the fucking crazy porn I watch, all that shit.
Well, they got to be offering something, in the trade, like, taking care of all your performance issues and shit.
Bizarre.
All the Brazilian orgy fucking downloading ass motherfuckers.
Big bottom Latinas and all that good shit.
Yeah, I be looking at fucking porn on the phone, porn on the computer.
There's something wrong here, too.
You know, guys, I remember walking into a guy that owned a 1-900 server back in the day. When it was 1-900 something. I met him. I met him as it was an investment deal, but it was about 8 o'clock at night. I remember walking into this office complex. I walked into the office, and the office was tiny as hell. But when we walked down the hallway, you could hear those servers I'm calling them servers. They were probably more like telephonic hubs or something.
1-900, we fix you.
Yeah, and what he ran was the 1-900 surf report. It wasn't sex. He ran the 1-900 surf report. This was down here. But you could see the calls coming in, man, and I think it was like 25 cents the first, the inbound connection was probably 25 cents, and it's like $2.50 a minute after that. Back then, it was in the back of Server Magazine, and the bank was just lit up. He was making coin for day. It was just lit up. You could see the lights coming in, man, the inbound calls. And it was all automated. I don't know if he was tied to NOAA or there was some other type of surf report that he was hubbing off of that he didn't pay for. So that was all free, except for the office space and whatever he spent on the equipment. But
Damn.
Y'all remember the 1-900 days, don't you?
In fact, I got a great story as soon as you're done with what you're talking about, yeah.
I'll just shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, my story, when I was a kid, I grew up in a very religious household, but every once in a while my mom would surprise me on things that she would do, things that she would say. Well, my dad wanted to get into selling some sort of coal. I don't remember exactly what it was. So they set up an 800 number, not a 900 number, but an 800 number that was 1-800-TOP-COAL, right? TOPCOAL. Well, unfortunately, it also spelled a few other things, like top cock, and I forget what the other one was. But so yeah, we get all sorts of interesting phone calls in the middle of the night. And one time, my mom just started playing along with this guy. Right? I'm like, you know, she's a Christian lady. I would have never thought, you know, and she's just having fun before she tells him it's the wrong number or it's not what he thinks it is, right? Because I guess there was a 1-900 top cock or something like that, and so they were calling 1-800 to get it for free. Oh man, that shit was funny.
You got surprised.
Yeah, there was a few interesting phone calls from that, but as I said, the most interesting was to hear my mom play along for a little bit. You know, never ever would have thought she would have played along.
Have you guys ever seen the? He's not called a hacker. They're called crackers. But crackers is what they respectfully call themselves. The guys that crack.
I'm a big white cracker.
The ones that cracked the phones back in the day when we had like pay phones outside. You know, long live those days or whatever. But.
The little false code boxes so they could get free long distance and shit.
Yeah, man. And he figured out how to. I don't know if I think he did it by voice. This guy was like that guy from Police Academy or whatever, that black guy that could do the voiceovers, but he would do that telephonic thing by his voice. So that's, you know, that's a trip. But I remember pay telephones, you know, because I don't see them anymore, of course. But,
most places.
You know, I feel old now that I talk about pay telephones, but I remember I used to be able to pick up the phone and hit the pound sign and hang up real quick, and it would dump change in the receptacle just as quick as you please. It would dump. I don't know if it dumped the last person's call that paid for it or what, but it would. I could press the pound sign after picking the handle up, press the pound sign, hang it up, and it would dump a return to me, cash. So I'm just saying, long live payphones.
So you're the one that ripped me off. Oh.
What I like is this thing. It's got the little sliding shelves. They're filled with quarters.
Oh, dude, I don't play that. No.
I don't either. I just sip on a big gulp and wait for it to dump.
There's a lot of money in them runners.
Every now and again, and a lot of places they won't let you. But I just sit there and wait for it to start tipping one off, and walk over and put 1 quarter in there, and then wait for the cascade, and they'll be like, I won! You know, you just wait on it because
Most money I saw this month, I saw a guy pick up at a grocery store. They have these things called coin magic, and you dump all your loose coin into this machine, and it's got a big hub and it spins. Mm-hmm. And it gives you a receipt to shop with or cash out. And I was there getting my groceries, and he came in with this dolly, and it was a regular dolly up top where we would handle our freight. Guys, everybody knows how to work. We handle our freight, and at the bottom it had two 5/8 balls welded on the end of these sticks. So he had two 5/8 balls on the end of this dolly, and he opened up that coin machine, and there was 2 buckets full of coin there, and they had the female hitch receptacle to it. So he just took his dolly, hooked up the 5/8 balls, and backed it off, walked it out to an indiscreet vehicle. But you know, I don't know the denominations of what coins were in those buckets, but it was heavy enough to where the guy was breaking a damn good sweat. It was heavy as hell, I can tell you that. Both of those buckets were full, and they were about the size of maybe like 2 Rubbermaid 25-gallon barrel type looking things that made out of steel. But that was the most money I saw this month. I don't know how much was in them or whatever, but how they handled that money was just blew me away because he just came in and unlocked it, picked it up. It wasn't like an ATM where he came in with an armament or anything like that. Those guys I get out of the way when they come in the store or something. I'm there, but this guy just came in there with a dolly, man, unlocked it, hooked it up, out, and it was heavy as hell, man.
Well, when it comes to coinage, it's hard to run off with a couple $1,000s in coins.
Yeah, it is.
Shit.
They ain't nearly as worried about the coinage as they are the cash. The cash money is where you can get, they can grab that and run like hell.
Right. Well, I know with me, man, it depends on what type of load I'm hauling, but if I'm hauling my hazmat freight anymore, especially on my tanker, they've got me on, the trailer has an alarm on it, but the driver now, I have to attach a GPS to my belt, and I can't get any more than 25 foot from the truck.
No shit.
That must make taking a piss awful damn hard.
No, if you have to do that, you go on the call box and let them know that you're off. You're off scale for a second, and they already know where you're at, so you don't have to tell them I'm at BP or Amoco or whatever. But if you're dropping fuel, you can't be no farther than 25 foot from your truck. The driver maintains a GPS on his belt and the trailer at all times.
His belt?
Yeah, you have to wear a GPS on your belt.
Jesus Christ.
In case they hijack the driver,
What if it's a propane truck and it's on fire? You got to get at least 300 feet away from it to be safe, according to the manual, CDL manual.
Well, to be safe, but as a driver, if you're safe, yeah, but you always must be at least maintain a 25 foot or yard distance from your truck at all times. But now they engage you with GPS, man. They know if you break away.
Well,
it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
That goes right into land of the free, doesn't it?
Yeah. They got me on a 7-minute. If I don't do my drop, if I take more than 7 minutes on my drop, I'm outside, say I'm visiting with the customer and getting the invoice signed, I know I'm away from 25 foot, but you have to maintain a visual on the truck, neither here nor there. But outside of 7 minutes, it calls my company and reports me, and they automatically cites me, and if I get more than those than 2 a week, then I don't get a safety bonus, which is my full salary. They dock my full salary for not being safety, so I can't take longer than 7 minutes.
Do that? What are you talking about? Not pay you?
No, they pay me, but they dock me for the time that, like the increments of minutes that I was off the clock, after 7.
Okay, I see.
So like 2 minutes, and the time cards are fricked, Joe, because it's all in 4 digits, like 1800, right?
Right.
And they go through all that time and they look at the GPS report. They don't call you out on it on the day that it happens. You don't know that you're late until you get your check and you see the docking of the wages and you see why.
Oh, that's a bitch.
Yeah, they give you $50 a day for being on time and not being outside your GPS zone. Okay, that's called a safety bonus. So that's $250. Your base pay is about $180 for me. So that tells you what I'm making. All right there. So I know I'm going to make $180 for 5 days. Me, I want to hit my safety bonus to get the $250. But if somebody's rattling off, talking to me, and I get caught up in being nice and want to hang out, I don't know that my GPS just got hit. But when I get back in the truck and drive and all that, at the end of the day, they don't tell me either. At the end of the week, I see it, though. It's usually 15 to 20 minutes I'm docked for. And it's considered a salary, but they still dock you for it. So I'm just telling you where I stand. I think that's fucked up.
That's a bitch.
And there's a little sweet zone too because of the frickin' IRS. You know, you can get 5 days and make a certain amount of money, but you can work 3 days and actually you're almost making just about the same money, but you had 2 days off on them frickin' taxes. You know what I mean? You can hit it at a good point, and you're actually making more money, and you didn't work as much. That's the crazy thing about them damn taxes.
Yeah, sounds like about the way America's going.
The more you make, the more they're hitting us.
Is that Kansas?
Yeah, that's Kansas.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good today.
That's good to hear.
Got a wedding done on Friday. Then I slept the rest of the time.
Oh, that's cool.
Till today. I literally slept till about 6, 7 o'clock tonight.
Really? Wow. Well, at least you got to rest.
Well, I don't know. I just passed out. I don't know. I guess it just wore me out.
Yeah.
I was really pushing myself at the wedding, though, because they're taking pictures and stuff of my boy, and I was supposed to do a certain pose or whatever, and standing up just about kills me, and that's what they had me do a lot, and it's like, ugh.
Still, the pictures look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
I'm sure you had fun, huh?
Well, I had fun. I mean, as far as it goes, I mean, wasn't used to the fact my son's getting married, but that's interesting.
Yeah, nobody's good enough for him, huh?
Come on, man. It was a marriage, dude. Congratulations, Kans.
Hey, well, as long as he's happy, I mean, that's what counts.
Yeah, that's how my mother was, though, with any girlfriend I had. Nobody was good enough, you know. I told her one time, I said, you wouldn't be happy if I was dating a nun. Always got to pull religion into this shit. What the hell's going on here?
I don't know.
Because religion's something that everybody falls back on.
We already had this conversation somewhere along.
Yeah. So what's up, Stinger? You're awful quiet.
Not much. I'm just watching some of the videos that I've been doing, and I got one coming up tomorrow that's pretty good, and then thinking about some of this other stuff. Little girl's over there researching all these really bizarre named things that we're going to be reviewing, and then I got E. Kenny and Linda wanting to send me shit, which is awesome, by the way. So I'm just kind of here tonight.
Kind of just floating there, huh?
Yeah.
You just seem out of it. That's why I was asking.
I'm a little scared, man. Some of the stuff Little Girl's been finding, and E. Kenny and Linda, what they want to send me, that shit, man, I'm scared.
What the hell?
Right?
You scared? That's like a monk going the wrong way.
No,
That E. Kenny and Linda stuff. She said she recommends you put it on with a dropper.
Yeah, but you know what? I saw Christian Swedish Paracord Nut do a version. It wasn't that one itself, but it was the bomb. But it was ghost pepper sauce, and he did a whole freaking tablespoon. So I don't know, man. I'll definitely try a little bit, but if it's not as bad as ghost pepper, then I'll do a whole tablespoon because it says it's 130,000 Scoville. Well, a ghost pepper is 1,000,000, so 130,000 ain't nothing compared to a ghost pepper. If it's actually that, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, dude.
All I know is we're going to be hearing you in the daytime, the private daytime chat, screaming in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. That TJ's ghost pepper mix, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I can just hear it now.
Damn. You call it Scoville?
Yeah, that's the heat rating, right? So like a regular jalapeno, I think, what is a jalapeno, like 30,000 Scoville?
Not even.
No? It's under 100,000 Scoville, I know.
Yeah,
3,000 Scoville? Well, I'm not sure.
Like
And
you're
then,
grown out east here.
yeah.
The richer the dirt, the hotter the pepper.
Yeah, I know. I had banana peppers that were grown on top of a septic system once, and those things were hot as all hell at the time, which was, I was a lot less prepared for the heat back then. I don't know.
Oh yeah. What time I spent in Texas, I had some of the locally grown peppers grown in that freaking caliche shit. I was just gobbling them jalapenos down. I'm like, these things got no heat. They're lighter than a banana pepper.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm used to.
I'll tell you what, my aunt used to make a cayenne. It wasn't too bad.
Just got to enjoy the taste. Cayenne. Oh yeah.
Let's see who this guy is.
Cayenne. What you got there?
That's Mr. Stubbs.
Oh.
That's commercial though. It's not homemade. So.
Yeah, I like the flavor of cayenne probably better than anything, and it doesn't mess my stomach up like some other things.
Yeah. You should really try ghost pepper sauce.
Hey, this guy, I think he knew Aunt and Mama. You know what I'm saying?
He's sporting that fez there. He's a feller from way back there.
Yeah, he's back in the day. He might have knew Aunt Jemima.
Hey, there was an earthquake in Arizona today.
Was there? I didn't feel it.
5 point something.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. What time was that? I think I fell out of bed early this morning.
There's
a bunch of small earthquakes here in the Southwest, like today or yesterday.
Right.
So what do you guys think about all this shit in Yellowstone Park?
Well, if it happens, then we ain't gonna have to worry about it, 'cause
Yeah.
be gone.
Most of the country be gone. That's yeah.
All I know to tell you, man, is get on the west side of the Rockies.
Southwest side, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, so I ain't too bad. Right here in southeast Kansas.
Yeah, you'll be one of the first to go.
Kansas, you're in the wrong southwest side of the Rockies, buddy.
Actually, if you look, I'm just right on the very ridge of where the death zone is. On that, whenever they show it, we're right there on the ridge of it.
Yeah, what's funny about Kansas Hillbilly Prepper is that he lives 5 minutes inside of Kansas. That whole trip, most of it was going through the other states. We were, when we crossed the Kansas border, it was like 5 minutes to his house, and then getting out of Kansas was just about the same.
Well,
yeah, my luck when that goes off here, I'm thinking I'm gonna be all safe out here in the east. It'll set the new Madrid fault off, which is overdue. Which made last time it went off, it made the Mississippi flow backwards for 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when it took the capital of Illinois and put it in Missouri, ain't it?
It made a mess.
It did make a mess.
So it'll be interesting if it goes. That's the thing.
So where is this story? I didn't see it. It's not my news outlet sucks.
We'll probably get sinkholes and get all the houses shook flat. So
They don't really talk too much on the news about it. It's more or less
Joe, if you ever it's called USGS. So
Oh yeah. Geological survey. Okay.
I know it's technical and all that, but
oh come on, man! I went to high school.
Sometimes
when
the last earthquake we were talking about, it was going on live, or it was a storm. I don't know if anybody else was here, but there was a panel member that comes in and visits, and I think he was in Arkansas. He was driving down the road. He was live with us on the panel, and he said he had to bolt, and because the storm was moving in, and that I jumped over while we were in the live hangout, and looked at the storm chasing guys, and that night it was when it struck, And I don't believe the guy that was with us mobile came back on. He did come back on later when he was at his house. Perfect. And he didn't get hit, but it was like 100 miles away from his house or something. He got stung real bad. Killed a bunch of people too.
Damn.
Yeah, he was on the road with us in the tavern chat. He checked in, was talking to us, and he said, "Hey guys, I got to get the hell out of here. A storm's hitting or something." And then I think he came in finally from his residence, checked in with us, and it wiped the town out, man. So it came down right when he was with us live, you know.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Shit.
I didn't hear nothing about no earthquake.
Storms will hit you at any time. I mean, I've been in the middle of tornadoes down in like Missouri at the time. 4 tornadoes right in a row that night, and they all hit down 3 streets that I lived practically. It went over my house once. It crossed my house once, and then the other 2 just landed on the other side of my house. So.
Do they got sirens out there for that?
There wasn't that many sirens until the very last, and then all of a sudden they showed up, and all the houses were gone but mine.
Wow.
It went up over my house. It went across. I mean, like I said, it pretty much wiped out my neighborhood. There was only 2 houses in my neighborhood that stood. Mine was one of them.
You had 4 in one day.
4 in one day. Went right across Battlefield Mall. One went right across Battlefield Mall, and then the other 2 were the other 2 basic ones that were close to me. One went right down my street, and then one crossed our street, and then the other one was like a street and a half down.
Then how do you go about that, Kansas? You know, I don't. Do you have a place to bolt to underground? You blaze a trail down.
We had a base or a state. There was my aunt had built a like a little cement basement.
Right on.
Underneath that was out in the back.
Yeah.
And we were out in the back, and we just were sitting there watching it. We wasn't really even down in the basement. We were at awe because we were watching it come, and it was tearing shit apart and throwing shit, and it was like not throwing it at us.
What was it? Tony mentioned that they had some 5-point somethings out there. I haven't watched news at all this Sunday, but
I don't know about today.
He was saying something about an earthquake out there. So.
Yeah, in Arizona, I heard about that. 5
Really?
Like
Seems like they're starting to become common in areas that they were never common before. Does it? I don't know if that sounds right, but
yeah, it's in diverse places, definitely.
Yeah.
There are different places than ever. I mean, Oklahoma, come on. 4 in Oklahoma in one day, that's a lot of...
Well, tornadoes, but I mean the earthquakes too.
Earthquakes, that's what I'm talking about. Earthquakes in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
They had 2 right down across the border of Oklahoma that were 5.0s. And that don't happen in Oklahoma.
I don't know. Maybe we're drilling too deep, or Mom Nature's pissed off or something.
Yeah, something.
I know we can't stand them down here, man. We get sinkholes in Florida, and I know it's because of our aquifer. We're tapping our water pretty hard. We got lawsuits galore going on, actually over rivers right now that run between multiple counties. Got counties suing each other for the water, you know.
Yeah, I believe that's a bunch of shit. I believe they're saying their shit's down lower than it should be, and all that shit just to make people worry. I believe there's a lot of worry bullshit going on. People trying to fearmonger. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. Well, it's just that down here, on that topic.
Water, when it comes to water, that shit's no conspiracy theory. That shit is legit, especially out here out west. That fucking water shit is real life. I mean, that shit is crazy out here. How low our water is.
Well, I know there's a place here in Kansas that all you gotta do is go tap to some bitch and it's sitting there. It's an aquifer. It runs right underneath us. But there's a big fight over water rights, and that's where that's wrong.
Yep. With us, man, the basin of the river starts right here next to me. It's called Merritt Island. It's a sanctuary. It's where the space shuttle goes off. Right adjacent to where that shuttle pad is, they've got like 100-mile sanctuary. It's actually a wildlife sanctuary, but that's where the river basin of the St. John starts, and it goes up to Jacksonville and then ties into the Intercoastal Waterway. But it flows north, right? So it starts by us, and it's feeding somebody up north, and they're suing us to get more than we get for ourselves. That's the crazy part about it. I mean, it starts in our turf. It's going to you, and you guys are suing it because you're Jacksonville. That's just, and it's gonna ruin the habitat of the whole river. There's a lot of shit goes on when you start tapping hard,
Yeah.
But it's going on. I think Minneapolis is going to be a prime spot for water too. I've met some people that have gone up there for high-paying jobs to be water biologists and studies and working around the water industry and stuff. So I think that's going to be flipping off pretty good money pretty soon, if not yet already.
Hey, you guys, I'm about ready to bail. So Bobby's out there though. Blocker Bob's out there.
Sweet.
So Bobby, I sent you a link on a G Plus through here. I didn't go look yet. But I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to say goodnight if you want to, or do a shout-out if you want to. Tony, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to do a shout-out?
Shout-out to...
California girls, right?
Shout-out to Political Port. What's up? Whatever's up with her. Haven't heard from her in a minute. I heard from her a couple days ago, but shout out to Political Port.
Alright, cool. Kansas?
Just shout out for my DT hour on Wednesday, and shout out to Russell and all you guys, and Dragon and Stern.
Cool. Hey, DJ, what about you?
Fuck. I've never shouted out you, Mule. I haven't. I don't think I ever have. I know I've talked about you in video, so I'm going to shout out Mule.
And none of it was good, by the way. No.
That'll let everybody know I like you. Fuck.
Right.
So the truth hurts. Oh.
And we're not saying we want to be sellies. Anyway,
probably a good chance they'd split us up.
right. Trouble in that one. Hey, Joe, what about you, buddy?
Okay, how about one big shout out to Bear Prepper and Pet Prepper, who are running the 2014 Preppers Unplugged contest this year. And I say big shout out to the Green Dragon, Mule Meyer, Ronnie Brown, Russell Stinger, or Poison Stinger, Tactical Tony 702, and the Dystopian Empire, and who's come on, Kansas. Thanks, Joe. Kansas Hillbilly Prepper. That's it. Bye.
Forgot DJ. Now he's gonna feel all left out.
Where DJ? Wait a minute.
Throw Rebel in there just in case too, because he gets all butthurt if you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie, what about you?
Sorry,
I just give thanks for letting me have a seat here tonight, Mule. Good luck this week with your plans, and handle yourself accordingly. Tony, it's good to see you tonight, and I'll sit around. Whatever you guys do, I'll
Oh
sit.
yeah, probably gonna do it after, and we'll come hang out. I know I'll probably just throw the link out there so JWAT can get in and Chris can get in if he wants to, and anybody else, I don't give a shit. What about you? You already shouted out Tack Daddy, so Trick Daddy, you shouted out.
Right? Well, they're both almost in the same category nowadays.
Uh-oh.
But the art of the shout out is to shout out somebody who's not here to promote their shit, man. So I gotta shout out Kansas Hillbilly Prepper because he's never really here. And
But you're only talking mental.
right. Also want to shout out my friend Christian in Sweden, Swedish paracord nut. I haven't seen him around in a while, but he's like a real man's man, and I really like him. And Kenny and Linda, you guys are awesome with all this stuff you guys do on YouTube, and of course for your friends here on YouTube. So
Yeah, and
those are my
you know what? One of these days you got to get Christian to come on the Lake Dragon,
yeah.
because I know it's his days are different than ours as far as time wise. So the later it is for us, the earlier it is for him. So probably be easier for him, after our times, that kind of thing.
He's 7 hours ahead of us.
Yeah. So
I do have another shout out. The Third Op. He's our most dedicated NSA troll we have. So.
Oh yeah, man.
Third too.
Yeah, and Third's been in the room, but hasn't been on the panel tonight. So yeah, definitely shout out to Third. Reb said his net went down, so that's why he wasn't able to join.
That means the wife wanted to watch that romantic comedy, huh? Is that cool?
Probably. But, HCP was with us for most of the night until we went off the rails talking about poop, I think.
Yeah, solid waste and stuff. Yeah.
But that's about it. Anyway, I'm shutting down the live portion of this. I'm going to put up a link to the Hangout for anybody that wants to come in afterwards, because we can just boot you if we don't like you. So, you guys have a good night. We'll see you. If somebody does one Tuesday, great. If not, I'll try and make it Thursday, like I said. And
Wednesday, don't forget my Wednesday.
And don't forget his Wednesday. Don't forget. And now, okay, Kansas, I've had the question a lot. It's DT with Kansas, right? Now, I took that to be daytime. Some people think it's drunk tank. Some people think it's detoxification with Kansas. So,
I think he mistyped, and originally it was supposed to be the DP hour.
Right. And then it gets even worse if you went that route. So
thanks.
Clear it up.
It could be called the domestic terrorist hour.
Okay, there you go, and that's the DT, domestic terrorist, tourist.
No, yeah, we're domestic terrorists. That's what we are. We're domestic terrorists.
Yeah, we're tourists. We're not terrorists.
We're not terrorists. We're tourists.
Yeah. So, all right, guys. Well, see you Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Shit, who the hell knows? World might end before then. If not, we'll see you then.
Good night.
Have a good